I remember the first night, like it was a dream I couldn't wake up from. My hands were shaking as I held the radio mic, trying not to let it show. It was my first real solo shift at the precinct. The kind of night they warned rookies about but never explained properly. Rain was coming down hard, drumming against a patrol car roof in a rhythm that felt almost deliberate, like some strange metronome set just for me. I'd been driving through the empty streets for hours, the glow of the streetlights reflecting off the wet asphalt, making every puddle a little mirror of something I wasn't supposed to see. I kept telling myself it was just the city at night. Quiet. Rainy nights were normal. But the longer I drove, the more I noticed the silence between the raindrops, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something. The first call came through around 2:13 a.m. The dispatcher's voice was calm, routine, the way it always is when you've been on a job long enough to hear tragedy, like background noise. But this call wasn't routine. The line was filled with static, and beneath it, I could hear something else, someone, or maybe many someones talking, but not like normal people. The voices were garbled, chopped, like a radio struggling to pick up a signal. I tilted my head toward the speaker, trying to make sense of it. Unit 39, we have, the dispatcher said. Then the call cut into that static again. The voices whispered over one another, almost mocking, like a dozen conversations happening at once. None of them meant to be understood. My stomach tightened. I tried to call back, but the line went dead. I leaned back in my seat, telling myself I was imagining it. Maybe it was just a bad connection, a trick of the storm. But my gut told me otherwise. There was something about the cadence of the voices, the way they rose and fell as if they were aware I was listening, as if they were speaking to me. I drove slowly, radio on, scanning the streets. The rain had turned everything into a blur of light and shadow. The neon signs flickered. The street lamps buzzed. I kept my eyes on the road, but I could feel movement in the corners of my vision. Shapes that didn't belong, shadows that lingered longer than they should. Every so often, a shadow would dart across an alley, too quick to be a person. And every time I turned my head, nothing was there. Then I heard it, a whisper, clear this time, almost human, coming from the radio speaker. "He's here, look behind." My heart skipped. I spun around in the seat, expecting someone to be at the window, but the car was empty. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. I couldn't even tell if it had been real or just my imagination. Maybe stress, maybe exhaustion, rookie mistakes. But the hair on my neck stood on end. I checked the radio again. The static was back, and then another voice cut through, more distinct and yet still distorted. "Don't move, don't." It wasn't a call for help. It wasn't a report of a crime. It felt like a warning, and yet it felt personal, like it knew my name, even though I hadn't heard it. My hand shook as I reached the mic. "Dispatch, this is Unit 39. Repeat last call. Over." My voice sounded small, almost childish in the cabin of the night. Static, then the whisper again. "Run." I jumped in my seat, gripping the wheels so tight my knuckles went white. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was a storm, the radio interference, maybe even nerves. But deep down, I knew it wasn't my imagination. Something was out there. Something was watching. I tried to remember my training. The manuals never mentioned this. Stay calm. Observe. Report. Those words looped in my head like a mantra. I adjusted the rear view mirror, scanning the dark streets behind me. Everything looked normal. Too normal. The storm had scrubbed the streets clean, leaving nothing but wet asphalt and the occasional flickering streetlight. I started moving again, slow, cautious, eyes darting to every corner, every alley, every shadow. Then I noticed the street signs. They were wrong. Not completely, just slightly. Names I thought I knew were off by a letter, or two, and the numbers on the buildings, they weren't right. I blinked, thinking it was exhaustion. I must be seeing things. But when I checked the GPS, the map was glitching, jittering like it couldn't keep up with reality. I tried the radio again. "Dispatch, do you read?" Over. Silence. Then the whisper. Not through the radio this time, but inside my head. "Stop, don't go." My chest tightened. I wanted to laugh at myself, to shake my head, to admit that I was losing it on my first solo night. But laughter wouldn't come. Only fear. Cold, creeping fear that sank into my bones. I realized I didn't even remember leaving the station. Didn't remember the first half hour of my shift. Time felt wrong. Elastic, stretching and compressing in ways it shouldn't. I pulled over, hands still gripping the wheel, trying to steady my breathing. The windshield wipers beat back the rain, leaving a blur of droplets behind. And in that blur, I thought I saw movement. A figure, pale, tall, standing under a flickering street lamp. It didn't move like a person. Too stiff. Too wrong. I blinked. Gone. I cursed under my breath and tried to call it in. Dispatch, Unit 39. My voice caught. The radio was dead. Complete silence. My heartbeat sounded deafening. I turned the car back on. Headlights cut through the storm. And there it was again in the same place. Exactly as I thought I'd imagined. Pale. Motionless. Watching. Waiting. My instinct screamed at me to move, to drive past, to get out of there. But curiosity, or maybe stupidity, kept me there, frozen behind the wheel. The static returned. Soft at first, then louder, filling the car. And over it, the voices again, clearer this time. You can't leave, you can't. I slammed the gear into drive and tore down the street. Rain spraying, tires skidding slightly on wet asphalt. The figure didn't follow. Or maybe it did. Impossible to tell through the storm. I tried to focus on driving, on breathing, on anything that felt real. Minutes or hours later, I found myself back on familiar streets, close to the station. The rain had eased, leaving a mist hanging low over the asphalt. My car felt like it was filled with shadows, and I kept glancing into the mirrors, half expecting to see that pale figure again. But nothing. Back at the station, the warmth of the fluorescent lights felt almost alien. I told myself I would write it off, that it was nerves, stress, the storm, something explainable. But when I set the radio down, I noticed the mic had been slightly warm, like someone or something had just breathed into it. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft, almost behind me. See you tomorrow. I spun around. The room was empty. The only sound was a faint drip of water from the storm, echoing somewhere in the distance. My hands trembled as I tried to calm myself, to reason it all away. But deep down, I knew there would be no reasoning tonight. No one would believe me. Not really. And maybe that was part of it. Maybe it wanted me to be alone with it. Wanted me to feel the weight of being the first rookie to hear its call. I sat at my desk, staring at the radio, listening to the silence, knowing that when the next call came through, it wouldn't be ordinary. It never is after the first call. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I wondered, had I already answered it? I remember gripping the wheel tighter than I ever had before. The storm had eased just enough to give me some visibility, but the streets felt wrong. Not just quiet or empty, wrong in a way that settled deep into my chest and made it hard to breathe. Every street lamp I passed flickered like it was struggling to stay alive, throwing long, trembling shadows that seemed to stretch farther than they should. I followed the coordinates from the call, though I had no real idea what I was walking or driving into. The GPS was still glitchy, hopping from street to street, numbers and names shifting as if the city itself refused to be mapped. But instinct told me I was close. That pull in my gut, the same pull I felt when I first heard the voices on the radio, told me I wasn't imagining any of it. The street appeared suddenly, out of nowhere. One moment, I was on a familiar avenue. The next, I was staring down a narrow, empty street that seemed to absorb the light from my headlights. Rain slicked asphalt stretched on in both directions, reflecting the sickly yellow of the flickering street lamps. No cars, no people, not even a stray cat or a puddle ripple from the wind. Just endless wet darkness. I slowed the car, my eyes scanning every shadow. And that's when I saw movement. Not a human movement, too jerky, too wrong, but something that made my skin crawl. Shadows crawling along the walls, stretching and twisting as if they had their own life, independent of the structures they belonged to. I blinked, hoping it was a trick of the water on the walls, the reflection of broken light. But they didn't stop. They moved with intent, watching, waiting. I told myself to breathe, It's nothing. Shadows lights your imagination. First shift nerves. I repeated it over and over in my head, but that tightening in my chest didn't go away. It was as if the air itself had weight, pressing down, holding me in place, making my arms heavy on the steering wheel. I parked at the entrance of the street. The engine ticking as it cooled sounded like a heartbeat in the stillness. I stepped out, pulling my coat tighter around me. The rain had turned to a fine mist, and it coated my face in cold, almost sharp droplets. My boots splashed in shallow puddles. Every step felt loud, too loud, echoing back from the empty buildings lining the street. I tried the radio again, hoping for some anchor to reality. Dispatch, Unit 39. I'm at the location. Do you read? Static. Nothing. The only sound was the rain, and then, beneath it, that whispering again. Soft, almost gentle, but unmistakable. Don't move. I froze, my breath catching. There was no one there, but the voice felt close. Too close. My training told me to investigate, to keep moving, to assess the situation. My instinct screamed at me to turn around and leave. But I couldn't. Not yet. Not when the pull, the lure of that impossible street, felt so strong. The buildings around me were old, some abandoned. Windows cracked, shutters hanging loose. Graffiti smeared across brick walls like warnings I couldn't read. And the shadows, they weren't behaving normally. Every time I looked directly at one, it seemed to dissolve into wall, only to reform somewhere else, a few steps ahead, or behind, always in my periphery. My chest tightened again, and I realized my pulse had been hammering in my ears the whole time. I kept walking. The sound of my boots on the wet asphalt was unnervingly loud, and each step seemed to echo farther than it should. I reached a street lamp, one that was working, and I thought I saw something crouched beneath it, a figure, hunched motionless. My mind tried to rationalize, maybe a homeless person, a drunk kid, a stray animal. But the shape was too still, too perfect in its stillness. Not breathing, not moving, just watching. I blinked. It was gone. I stopped completely listening. The rain seemed softer now, almost muted, and the street was too quiet. The kind of quiet that presses on you, makes your thoughts louder, more vulnerable. And then I heard it again, whispering, overlapping voices, coming from every direction at once, impossible to localize. They were not words I could understand, just fragments, syllables strung together like broken glass. I wanted to run, to shove myself back into a patrol car, to lock the doors and pretend none of this existed. But my legs felt like lead. Every step back seemed to stretch longer than it should. My eyes darted from shadow to shadow, from building to building, and in the corner of my vision, things moved too fast to be human. Shapes bending, twisting, sliding along walls like liquid. The street seemed endless. I had no sense of distance. What should have been a short walk from one end to the other felt like hours. And every time I thought I was getting closer to the source of the call, the street seemed to lengthen. Buildings shifted subtly. Alleyways opened where none existed before. Doors appeared in walls, black and yawning, swallowing light. And the shadows, they were always there, crawling along the walls, always just out of focus, always waiting for me to look directly at them. My throat went dry. I tried to speak, even if it was just to myself. It's okay, just keep walking, just keep walking. But the words sounded small, meaningless against the oppressive quiet. And the whispers rose again, closer this time, brushing against my ears like cold breath. You shouldn't be here. I stumbled slightly, heart pounding. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of it. I should have turned back. I should have called it in. But something, I didn't know what, was drawing me forward. A need to see, to understand, to survive, or maybe just know what it was that wanted me here. The rain picked up again, pattering against my coat, my helmet reality, masking the whispers momentarily. But they were never gone, always beneath the sound, always circling me, following me, waiting. Then I saw it, not a figure this time, not a shadow, but a doorway, old, wooden, set into a wall that shouldn't have had a door, blackened edges, the kind of decay that takes years, but the wood looked fresh. Something about it made my stomach twist. My instinct screamed at me to leave. My mind told me to turn around and get back in the car, but my feet moved before I could think. The air around the door felt different, denser, heavier, almost alive. And then behind me, a shadow stretched out, tall and thin, darker than any shadow should be. I froze, feeling the weight of it pressing down on me. My breath caught. The whispering was louder now, insistent, urgent. Go back. You don't belong here. And yet, I couldn't move. My hand reached out, trembling, toward the door. A sick, electric anticipation coursed through me. The same feeling I had when I first heard that call on the radio. It was calling me, pulling me, promising answers I didn't want and fear I couldn't escape. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating the street for a heartbeat. I saw the shadows all around me then, writhing, stretching, bending unnaturally. They weren't attached to anything. Not to walls, not to the buildings. They were free, floating, moving with purpose. And in that brief light, I caught a glimpse of something at the end of the street. Something tall, impossibly thin, with glowing eyes that weren't quite eyes. Watching, waiting. The thunder rolled, loud and close, and the shadows seemed to retreat slightly, but only just. The street was still wrong. The door still loomed ahead, silent, dark, and promising things I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I turned slowly back toward my car, hoping to regain control, to anchor myself to something real. But the patrol car was gone. Not stolen, not moved. Just gone. The street stretched out endlessly behind me, flickering lamps and moving shadows hiding everything familiar. My heartbeat raced. Panic clawed at my chest. And then the whispers rose again, louder, clearer. You came, now you stay. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But the street didn't let me. It had already claimed me, in ways I couldn't yet understand. And I realized with a hollow, sinking feeling that the first call wasn't a warning. This street was. I took a step forward. And so it began. The street behind me had swallowed my car. The familiar world disappearing into something I didn't understand. Every step forward felt heavier than the last, as if the rain-soaked asphalt itself was pulling me down, dragging me into the unknown. The whispers had settled into a low hum now, almost constant, circling in my head like a pulse I couldn't escape. I tried to tell myself it was the storm, my exhaustion, the adrenaline. I tried, but deep down I knew better. I wasn't just walking anymore. I was being led. A sound, soft at first, caught my attention. Not a voice, not quite a footstep, but a noise that didn't belong. A creak, faint, deliberate, like a hinge swinging open somewhere in the shadows. My heart slammed in my chest. I froze, straining to locate it. It came again, slower this time, and it drew me toward the buildings lining the street, abandoned shells that had once housed shops or apartments. Windows were broken, doors hanging on rusted hinges, paint peeled like skin. The shadows clung to them, curling in corners, stretching along walls, moving with intent. I don't know why I followed it. Maybe curiosity, maybe something darker, a part of me that had been waiting for this moment without knowing it. Each step was careful, hesitant. Every splash of my boots in the rain sounded too loud, announcing my presence to something unseen. I reached the corner of a building, and that's when I saw it. A door. It wasn't there before. I swear it wasn't. The wall had been solid, brick and grime and shadow, but now a dark wooden door had appeared, blackened edges and a handle polished by time. Or maybe by hands I couldn't see. My first thought was to turn back, to run to where the street felt normal, to the imaginary safety of lights and cars, and the predictable rhythm of the city. But I didn't. My legs carried me forward, drawn to it, as if it were a magnet and I was iron. The closer I got, the colder the air became. It wasn't just the rain anymore. The temperature had dropped, pressing against my skin like invisible fingers. My breath fogged in front of me, and I realized I could hear it. Whispers again, but this time coming from the door itself. Not words I could understand, just syllables strung together in a way that made my stomach tighten. Come, Stace. I reached out and touched the handle. My fingers went numb instantly, a sharp chill traveling up my arm. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it could be heard on the other side of the door. My hand hovered over it for a long moment. I tried to reason. It's just a building. An old abandoned building. Maybe some kids broke in, left a door here. Anything rational. But nothing in me felt rational. My instinct screamed to leave, to run. But there was something in the air, something in the way the door seemed to hum beneath my touch. That kept me rooted. I turned the handle slowly. It moved without resistance. The hinge creaked, a sound that was too loud in the oppressive quiet. And then nothing. The door opened into darkness. I stepped inside. The air was still, stagnant in a way that made me cough. Dust hung in motes in a faint light that leaked from the street outside. But the room was wrong. Dimensions didn't make sense. The doorway had been normal. Standard height, standard width. But inside, the space stretched unnaturally. It felt taller, wider, as if the room had swallowed something from another dimension. A corner reality that didn't obey the rules. My stomach turned. The whispers were louder now, echoing off unseen walls, impossible to locate. I tried to tell myself it was an empty building. Old wood, old paint, old plumbing. My flashlight cut a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating walls that shouldn't have been there, corners that didn't line up. I stepped further in, boots scraping over cracked tiles and rotted wood. The smell hit me next, damp earth, decay, and something coppery like blood, faint and metallic on the tongue of the air. And then I heard it, a sound that made my head snap toward the far corner. Something soft, dragging, scraping along the floor. My pulse skyrocketed. I swallowed and tried to breathe slowly, telling myself I'd imagined it. But the sound came again, deliberate and slow, like someone or something was moving closer to me. My flashlight shook in my hands, cutting arcs of light across the walls. Shadows twisted as if they had a life of their own. I called out, my voice shaking, small and lost in the vast, impossible space. Hello? Is anyone there? No answer. The sound stopped. Silence pressed against me like a wall. I moved cautiously, the whispers circling, brushing against my ears, my thoughts. And then I saw it, a door within the room, smaller than the one I had entered, low and narrow, as if built for someone or something not human. It was just a doorway, but I felt its presence, a pull like gravity in reverse, drawing me closer with every step. I couldn't explain it. Every part of my training, every part of my reason told me to leave, turn around, run back into the rain, back to the street, back to something normal. But I couldn't. My legs moved on their own, compelled. The closer I got, the colder the air became, sharper, like a blade of ice pressing against my skin. The whispers were louder now, insistent, almost pleading. See, no, stay. I reached the doorway. I hesitated. My hand hovered, trembling over the handle or the edge. It wasn't even clear. And then I felt it. Something brushed my arm. Cold, wet, almost sticky. My mind screamed. My body froze. I wanted to pull away, to scream, to escape. But the touch lingered, a warning, a greeting, something impossible to define. I leaned closer, forcing myself to peer inside. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see a floor, walls, ceiling, just emptiness. But I could feel it. Presence. Watching. Waiting. And then the whispers came again, not from the doorway this time, not from a room, from everywhere and nowhere at once. You can't leave. You came for this, and now you belong. A sudden thought struck me, sharp and frightening. Maybe I had never been alone. Maybe I had been watched the whole time. Maybe the street, the shadows, the whispers, they had been preparing me, guiding me here, into this lost room, into whatever this place truly was. I wanted to step back. I tried. My legs resisted. My heart pounded. My lungs felt tight. My eyes darted around, searching for anything familiar, any anchor to reality. But there was nothing. Only the room. Only the doorway. Only the whispers that seemed to seep into my skin, my bones, my mind. And then I realized something worse. Something I couldn't unhear. The whispers weren't just around me. They were inside me, repeating my thoughts before I thought them, anticipating my fear, amplifying it. Don't leave, you're ours forever. I took a shuddering step forward, unable to stop. The floor beneath me seemed to pulse, subtle, like it had a heartbeat of its own. The walls leaned inward slightly, impossibly, as if the room itself were alive, breathing, waiting. My mind raced. I tried to ground myself with logic. It's an abandoned building. It's empty. You are okay. You are okay. But the whispering wouldn't stop. The dragging sound returned, closer now, echoing inside the room, inside my skull. My flashlight flickered and then died, leaving me in darkness, so complete I could feel it pressing against my skin. I don't remember how long I stood there. Minutes? Hours? Time had lost meaning. All I knew was a pull, the insistence of the door, the room, the whispers. And then in the blackness, I heard it again, so clear I couldn't mistake it this time. A voice, my own voice, whispering words I had never spoken, repeating thoughts I hadn't thought. You came, now you stay. My knees buckled. I fell to the floor, trying to block it out, trying to escape my own mind. And in that instant, I knew. The street, the shadows, the first call, they had all been leading me here, preparing me, and I was trapped. I closed my eyes, trying to will the room away, but when I opened them, the door was still there, waiting, silent, patient, and I knew that no matter what I did, I had crossed a threshold. Something inside the lost room had claimed a part of me, something that wouldn't let me go. I sat there, shivering, the whispers circling, echoing, filling me with dread, and I realized I could never unhear them, never unsee what I had stepped into. The room had found me, and now it waited. I don't remember how long I stayed crouched on the floor of that room. Time lost meaning the moment I realized the door behind me didn't lead anywhere familiar. Every heartbeat felt like it was echoing off the walls, louder than it should have, almost as if the room itself was listening. And then I noticed the walls. The echoes started faintly at first. A cough, a footstep, a whisper, just soft sounds bouncing back at me from the dark corners. I thought I might be imagining them. Thought exhaustion and fear were turning every sound into a phantom. But soon it became impossible to deny. The walls were echoing me. Not just my voice, not just my movements, but my thoughts, my own inner panic, thrown back at me as if they had become real, separate entities. I called out, trying to break the oppressive silence. Hello? Is anyone there? My voice was small, tentative, shaking. And then I heard it unmistakable. The same words, but distorted, warped, echoing from every angle, from no angle at all. Hello, hello, is anyone there? I swallowed hard, my throat tight. My pulse thrummed in my ears, loud enough to drown out the echoes, but they didn't stop. They mimicked me, twisted me, made my fear tangible in ways that made my stomach churn. I wanted to cover my ears, but even then, the sound seemed to penetrate my skull. My own voice had turned against me. I stood up, legs shaking, and the floor creaked beneath me. But it wasn't just the wood. It was the sound of something following. I could feel it. I could feel the presence before I even saw or failed to see it. A cold weight, brushing the back of my neck, a pressure that made my hair stand on end. I turned slowly, every nerve screaming, and nothing was there. Just darkness. But I knew it was watching, waiting. The room felt bigger now. Taller, wider, impossible angles. Corners that should have been 90 degrees bent slightly inward or outward, and every shadow seemed to stretch toward me. I thought I was imagining it, the way shadows twist when you're tense. But I wasn't. They moved on their own, reaching, creeping along the walls. My eyes kept darting to them, but each time I looked directly, they froze. And when I looked away, they shifted again. I tried to remind myself to breathe, to think rationally, to remember that this was a building. Wood, paint, dust, nothing supernatural. But the whispers wouldn't let me. Not whispers from the room, not from the shadows. They were inside my head now. Soft syllables, repeating, feeding on my fear. You came here, you can't leave, stay. I moved slowly, testing the floor, try to find a wall that made sense. My flashlight flickered, then died, leaving me in darkness, so complete I couldn't see my own hands. And then I heard it again. Not a whisper this time, but a scream. A sharp, jagged scream that ricocheted off the walls, carrying a familiar cadence. My heart stopped. It sounded like me, my voice, but it wasn't me. I ran my hand along the wall, searching for anything solid, anything real, and the echoes followed me. Every step, every shuffle, every shallow, panic breath was thrown back at me, distorted and amplified. I stopped moving. I pressed myself against the wall, tried to ground myself, trying to remember the world outside, but it wasn't there. The room had swallowed it all. A sound, soft, dragging, deliberate, made me snap my head toward the far corner. Something moved there. I swear it did, though I couldn't see it. A shadow, too tall, too thin, too wrong to be human. And it wasn't just standing. It was sliding, gliding along the floor, but without making a sound. My body wanted to run, to scream, to move in any way possible, but my feet felt rooted, my legs heavy as lead. The echoes started to change then. The screams turned into words, fragments of my own memories. Names I hadn't said aloud, thoughts I hadn't shared, private fears that were suddenly shouting back at me. You're alone, you shouldn't be here, don't look. Every word sent a shiver down my spine, and I realized I wasn't just being watched. I was being dissected, exposed, made vulnerable. I tried to shout back, to fight it with my own voice. Leave me alone. Get out of here. My voice bounced back at me, warped, twisted, louder than it should have been, screaming in a way that sounded like I was both the victim and the monster. I stumbled backward, tripping over a loose floorboard, and the echo of my fall was deafening. That's when I felt it again. The presence, heavier now, pressing against my chest. I could sense it moving around me, circling, teasing, like a predator playing with its prey. I turned in a slow circle, trying to find it, but the room had no sense of space anymore. Every direction felt infinite. Every corner a potential hiding place. The shadows coiled and stretched toward me, but when I focused on them, they vanished. My breathing was shallow, ragged. I pressed myself against the nearest wall, running my hands along it to find something solid. But the walls themselves felt alive, pulsing slightly under my touch, vibrating with the echoes. I wanted to vomit, to cry, to just collapse and stop thinking. But something inside me refused. Something told me that if I stopped, if I gave into the room, I would never leave. The echoes were relentless. They started to form patterns. My footsteps, my heartbeat, my shallow, uneven breaths. And beneath it all, whispers that sounded like conversations I did years ago. Words I'd forgotten, but had left some deep impression on my mind. They were feeding on my memories, dragging them into the present, twisting them. My own life, it seemed, had become part of the room. I tried to move again, and that's when I noticed the faint outline of a door far across the room. It hadn't been there before, or maybe I hadn't noticed it. Either way, it felt wrong. Impossible even. It was too narrow, too black, too inviting. A door I didn't want to open, but one I couldn't ignore. My hand moved toward it almost automatically, my legs following, even as my brain screamed in protest. With every step, the echoes intensified. My voice, my screams, my thoughts, all bouncing back at me in distorted, horrifying forms. The room seemed to shrink and stretch at the same time, bending reality around me. I could feel the presence just behind me now, close enough that my skin tingled, my hair stood on end. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there, stalking, patient, waiting for me to make a mistake. The closer I got to the door, the more alive the room felt. Shadows twisted along the walls like hands, trying to grab me, trying to pull me off my path. The whispers became insistent, almost urgent, almost human. Stop, don't, it's too late. I wanted to turn around, to escape, to run back into whatever was left of reality outside. But the room wouldn't let me. My legs moved forward, dragging me toward the impossible door. And then the echoes changed again. My own voice was no longer mine. It was something else, something layered, something that didn't belong. Screams mixed with laughter, memories mixed with lies, all echoing the walls, filling the space, suffocating me. I stumbled, falling to my knees. My hands scraped the floor, trying to find purchase, trying to anchor myself. And then, in a moment of clarity or madness, I realized something terrifying. The room wasn't just echoing me. It was learning me, watching me, anticipating me. And the presence, whatever it was, had been here all along, stalking, studying, waiting for the exact moment I would step into its web. I tried to scream again, but the sound that came out of my mouth wasn't mine. It was layered, twisted, like a chorus of voices joined in my panic. And the echoes followed it, bouncing back, louder this time, filling every corner, wrapping around me like chains I couldn't see. I sat there on my knees, hands over my ears, rocking slightly, trying to make the echoes stop. But they didn't. They never stopped. And I knew, with a certainty that made my stomach turn, that the room had claimed a part of me. A piece of my mind, my voice, my very identity was trapped here, echoing endlessly within its walls. I didn't know how long I stayed there. Minutes? Hours? I lost track. All I knew was a presence, circling, stalking, patient and inexorable. The echoes never ceased. They followed me even when I tried to block them out, repeating my fears, my memories, my own screams. And in that moment, I understood something I couldn't unlearn. I wasn't just trapped in a room. I was being folded into it, becoming part of its echoes, part of its endless, watchful, waiting presence. I wanted to leave. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight. But I was already too late. I don't remember how I got back to the station. One moment. I was kneeling on the floor of that impossible room, listening to my own voice echo back at me, feeling the presence stalking me. And the next, I was in the familiar, fluorescent-lit corridor of the precinct. My boots were wet, my coat soaked, my hands shaking. But the air smelled normal again, almost too normal. I rubbed my face, trying to ground myself, tried to tell myself that the night, the street, the room, everything had been a hallucination, a trick of exhaustion and fear. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd brought a piece of it back with me, a shadow clinging to the edges of my mind, a whisper threading itself through my thoughts. The night shift desk was empty. The officers who had been here earlier had left, leaving the usual clutter of papers, coffee cups, and a low hum of fluorescent lights. I sank into the chair, trying to catch my breath, trying to convince myself I was fine, that I was safe, that I was done. I reached for the logbook, just routine checks, calls taken, times noted, a habit, a grounding ritual, something normal in a night full of abnormal. I flipped the pages. At first, nothing seemed out of place. Regular calls, routine incidents, nothing extraordinary. Then I saw it. My name. It was written clearly in neat, familiar handwriting. Officer me, Unit 39. And beside it, a series of calls. Some minor, some bizarre. Calls I had never received. Some about abandoned buildings. Some about shadows. Some that were just noise. Static. Garbled voices, words I couldn't make sense of, and the timestamps, perfectly aligned with the hours I'd been out there, wandering the storm-slick streets. Following the first call that had led me to that lost room, I blinked, looked again. My hands shook so violently I could barely hold the logbook. The words didn't make sense. They couldn't. I had been alone. I had checked in with dispatch, had tried to call back. The radio had been dead. I knew that. I remembered that. And yet here it was in black ink, my name assigned to every call, every incident, as though I'd been recording it all along. I felt a cold weight settle over me. Not fear, something heavier. Confusion. Disbelief. And then, beneath that, a creeping sense of violation, like someone or something had stepped into my life and left traces I couldn't explain. I tried to rationalize. Clerical error. Another officer pranking me. My exhaustion making me imagine the entries. But nothing fit. Not the times, not the details, not the calls themselves. They mirrored my experiences that night. Even the parts one hadn't shared with anyone. The whispers returned then. faint at first, brushing against the edges of my thoughts. Almost gentle, almost teasing, but unmistakable. You were here. We saw, we followed. I froze, my fingers hovering over the logbook. The sound of the fluorescent lights seemed sharper now, buzzing with the same tension that had followed me from the street. I tried to stand, to get some distance from the desk, from the logbook, from the evidence that my night had been recorded, cataloged, perhaps even rewritten, but the chair had a grip on me, as if the room itself wanted me to sit, to stare, to confront what was happening. I forced myself up, shaking, and the whispers grew louder. Don't leave, stay, it's not over. I stumbled toward the wall, needing to touch something solid, something real. The hallway stretched strangely, longer than I remembered, shadows pooling in corners that should have been empty. My pulse raced. I wanted call out, wanted someone, anyone, to tell me that this was impossible, that I was imagining things. But the station was empty. The echoes of my own thoughts bounced off the walls, turned into whispers, and followed me as I moved. I returned to the desk, desperate, compulsive, drawn back to the logbook. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. Over and over, each entry seemed more surreal than the last. Some were impossible, reports of voices no one else heard, shadows moving against logic, buildings that shouldn't exist. And each entry, each timestamp, corresponded perfectly to my own experiences that night, as if the events themselves had been documented while I lived them, or had been lived because they had been documented. I sank back into the chair, clutching the logbook to my chest. I tried to make sense of it, tried to ground myself, tried to convince myself it was just a dream, a hallucination, exhaustion, something I could explain rationally. But I knew better. Deep down, in the pit of my stomach, I knew it was real, and that realization brought a wave of cold dread that left me shaking. The whispers weren't just in my head anymore. They seemed to seep from the walls themselves, curling around the edges of the room, brushing against me like invisible hands. You came, we were ready, now it is your turn. My throat went dry, my pulse thundered. I could feel my own fear amplified, mirrored back at me in the shadows. I was no longer just a witness to my night. I was part of it, entwined with it, inseparable from whatever had followed me. I tried to stand, to move toward the office phone, to call dispatch, to anchor myself to reality. But the hallway seemed to stretch, the ceiling slightly higher, the shadows deeper. The light buzzed harshly, flickering, as though the building itself were alive, responding to my fear. I realized with a hollow, sinking feeling that this wasn't just a night gone wrong. This was something else, something patient, deliberate, waiting for me to acknowledge it fully. The logbook was still in front of me. I opened it to a fresh page, blank, except for one line, scrawled in handwriting I did not recognize. Unit 39 is not alone. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. The words were simple, but they carried a weight I couldn't place. Someone or something had been here before me, recording me, observing me, or perhaps it was still here in the station, in the shadows, just out of reach, watching, waiting. I forced myself to close the book, to push it away, to take a deep breath and remind myself I was human, that I was alive, that I could still make sense of the world. But even as I did, I heard it, a noise, soft but unmistakable, a creak behind me, like a floorboard bending under weight, though no one should be there. I spun, flashlight in hand, heart pounding, but the corridor was empty, just the familiar walls, the lockers, the fluorescent lights. Everything normal, or almost normal. I returned to my desk, hands gripping the edges, knuckles white. My mind raced. I remembered the street, the shadows, the lost room, the echoes. I remembered the whispers, the dragging sounds, the presence that had stalked me. And now, here, in the heart of the station, it was still there. Not visible, not tangible, but I could feel it. A weight, pressing, lingering, making the air itself feel heavy and deliberate. I looked at the clock on the wall. Hours had passed, or maybe none. Time no longer made sense. And the logbook called me again, as if urging me to see, to understand. I opened it reluctantly, and my stomach sank. More entries had appeared. Not handwritten this time, typed, precise, mechanical. Reports of voices, shadows, impossible incidents. Each one under my name. Each one tied to the events I had lived, or perhaps imagined. I couldn't tell anymore. The line between reality and whatever that night had been was gone. Blurred. Twisted. I tried to leave the station. Tried to walk outside. To touch the rain. To remind myself the world still made sense. But the doors felt distant, impossibly far. The hallways stretched. Shadows pooling in places that should have been empty. My pulse thundered. My mind screamed for logic, for clarity, for anything to make sense. And the whispers, always present, filled my head again. You came. You cannot leave. This is yours now. I sank back into my chair, chest heaving. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The room felt alive. Every object, every wall, every shadow seemed imbued with awareness. I realized then, with a sense of horror, that the night had not ended. It had followed me, tracked me, embedded itself into my life, into the station, into me, and I was not the same person who had left the car, trembling on the street in the storm. I was different, altered, marked. I tried to call dispatch to get someone on the line, but the phone was dead. The radio static returned, low, insistent, whispering words I couldn't quite catch but fell to my bones. You are ours forever. My stomach twisted. My hands trembled. And for the first time that night, I understood. The first call wasn't the beginning. The street wasn't the trap. The lost room wasn't the end. This aftermath, this lingering, creeping presence, was a true horror. The logbook sat in front of me. My name scrawled across pages I hadn't written, documenting things I couldn't explain, recording a night that shouldn't have happened the way it did. And in that moment, I realized I couldn't unsee it, couldn't unhear it, couldn't undo what had been set into motion. I sat there for what felt like hours, listening to the whispers, watching the shadows, feeling the presence coil around the edges of the station, around my mind, around me. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to bone, that the night would never truly end, that the echoes, the shadows, the lost room, the street, they were all part of me now, and I was part of them. I closed my eyes and leaned back in the chair. The rain outside had stopped, leaving the world deceptively calm. But inside the station, inside my mind, the whispers never ceased. And I understood finally, painfully, that some nights do not end. Some calls do not end. Some presences, once acknowledged, never leave. And I knew without doubt that I would hear the first call again. I still remember the first day I stepped into Precinct 13. I should have been excited. Fresh uniform, shiny badge, the kind of pride that swells in your chest when you finally make it. But the air in that place hit me like a wall. Cold, heavy, and just faintly wrong. Even the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a low, uneven hum that seemed to echo down the empty halls. It wasn't just old, it felt alive. Watching, waiting. The captain met me at the front desk, his uniform pressed, his demeanor professional, but his eyes carried the kind of fatigue that made you wonder if he'd ever slept. He gave me a cursory nod, a clipboard in hand, and handed me my assignment, my first post, night shift, alone, in the old wing of the precinct. Be careful around the East Hall, he said, almost as an afterthought. Some of the older officers, they don't like to talk about it. Just stay alert. That was all. No explanation. Nothing. I should have pressed him, asked what he meant. But something in his tone, a subtle warning, made me stop. The kind of warning that says, you won't understand even if I told you. I spent the day familiarizing myself with the layout. The East Wing was different. Narrower corridors, walls that creaked with the building's age, and doors that seemed to close a fraction too quickly behind you. I noticed that the night shift logs, the ones kept in the main office, had gaps, long gaps, weeks at a time with no entries. And when there were entries, the notes were vague, routine checks. Nothing unusual, nothing that explained the feeling in my gut, the way the shadows in the hall seemed just a little too long, a little too dark. By evening, The precinct emptied out. Day shift officers left with casual goodbyes, the kind that meant see you tomorrow, though some of them avoided the East Wing as if it carried a contagion. I lingered at my desk, reviewing the manuals, try to focus on anything concrete, procedures, protocols, radio codes. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. When the clock struck midnight, the building seemed to shift. The hum of the fluorescent lights got lower, almost like a sigh. Doors that I'd seen closed tightly during the day were slightly ajar, just enough for darkness to seep out. And the air felt colder, thicker, as if the building itself had breathed out and I was inhaling it. My radio crackled, a routine check from dispatch, but for a brief second, I thought I heard something else underneath it. A voice, garbled, whispering, indistinct. I froze, hand hovering over the mic. The sound faded as quickly as it came, leaving only the steady beep of the channel. My pulse thumped in my ears. It's nothing, just static, just nerves. I told myself that over and over. I began my rounds. East Wing first, as instructed. The hallway stretched endlessly, even though I knew the blueprints. Each door I passed seemed slightly different than I remembered. Slightly larger, slightly darker. The shadows pooled in corners, stretching toward me as if they had their own intention. My flashlight beam trembled slightly in my grip, though my hands weren't shaking. Yet, I tried to make small talk with the night janitor when I passed him in the main corridor. He avoided eye contact, muttered something about old ghosts and things that don't leave, then disappeared down the stairs without another word. I smiled awkwardly to myself, trying to convince myself it was just superstition, just an old building, just tired men talking nonsense. But the unease lingered. At 1 a.m., I reached the East Wing. The hallway smelled faintly of mold and something metallic, like rusted blood. I checked each door. Locked. Empty rooms, filing cabinets, old chairs, dust motes floating in the pale light. But then I noticed the walls. Faint scratches, so old they could have been overlooked, carved into the paint. Letters, names, dates. I couldn't make sense of them all, but a few were recent. From this year, from last month, from this week. I swallowed hard. My flashlight flickered. For a moment, I thought I saw someone standing at the far end of the hall. A figure, hunched, shadowed, motionless. I blinked. Nothing. Just the corridor stretching out again, empty and silent. My breath caught. You're imagining it. You're new. First shift nerves. I told myself that like a mantra. By 2 a.m., I began hearing it. Faint at first. A whispering that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Names. My name. Odd syllables that I didn't understand but recognized as human. New recruit 39. I stopped in my tracks, flashlight trembling. My heart raced, pounding against my ribs like it wanted to escape. I told myself to keep moving, to follow protocol. Check each room. Make sure everything is secure. But the whispers persisted, drifting closer as I moved. They didn't make sense. They didn't form complete sentences. Just fragments. Just sounds meant to unsettle. And yet, I felt watched. Every step, every movement was felt observed. When I reached the end of the hallway, there was a door I didn't remember seeing on the map. Old, wooden, paint peeling, the kind of door that shouldn't exist. I stared at it. My fingers itched to touch it, but my mind screamed at me to step back. Something about the door was wrong. Not just old, not just abandoned. It had a presence. Silent, patient, watching. I forced myself to continue rounds, moving past the door, but the whispers didn't stay behind. They followed, drifting from room to room, crawling along the walls. Every sound I made, the scrape of a chair, the click of my boots on tile, even my shallow breathing, was echoed back at me in the faintest, warped way. By 3 a.m., I felt the weight of the precinct pressing down. Every hallway stretched longer than it should. Every shadow pulled unnaturally, reaching toward me. My flashlight flickered again, and in the dim glow, I thought I saw faces in the darkness. Not human faces. Distorted, blurred, watching impossible angles. I blinked. Gone. Only the shadows remained. I tried to call dispatch. The radio squawked static. Nothing. Dead channels. I pressed the microphone again, louder, my voice shaking. Unit 39, do you copy? I'm in the east wing. A faint crackle, and then nothing. Silence. Even the building seemed to pause, holding its breath, listening. I started to panic slightly. Not full-blown terror yet, but a rising dread that made my stomach turn. I tried to rationalize. Old building, electrical interference, nerves, fatigue. Anything to explain why my skin felt cold from the inside out, why my eyes felt drawn to shadows that weren't there, why the whispers seemed to be speaking directly to me. I stopped in front of one of the empty rooms. The door was cracked open, just slightly. I could feel it before I saw it. A pressure, a pull, something familiar and wrong. I leaned closer. The whispers grew louder, sharper, almost insistent. I couldn't understand the words, but the meaning was clear. Come closer. Look inside. Don't leave. My hand hovered over the doorknob. My training screamed at me to leave, to retreat, to pull my flashlight back and radio dispatch until someone heard me. But I couldn't move. My curiosity, my fear, my instinct to know the unknown held me there. Frozen, heart pounding, every muscle tense. And then the whispering stopped, completely. Silence pressed in from all sides. My flashlight flickered one last time. I swear I saw something move in the corner of my eye. Not quite a shadow, not quite a person, just a presence. Watching, waiting. I blinked. Gone. I stepped back, forcing myself to continue my rounds. The east wing felt different now. Alive, breathing, not empty, not abandoned. I didn't look at that door again, though I could feel it in the corner of my mind. Waiting, patient, and when my shift finally ended, the sun barely rising, I couldn't shake the feeling that the precinct had marked me had taken notice. Even now, months later, I still feel it when I walk through those halls. The shadows linger longer than they should. The walls seem to watch. The air carries whispers, faint but unmistakable, like reminders that some things in Precinct 13 never truly sleep. And I know, without a doubt, that my first night wasn't just a shift. It was an introduction to something that would follow me, patiently, silently, through every call, every corridor, every shadow I might ever encounter. Something that had been waiting for a new recruit. Something that had chosen me. And I was alone. The locker room should have been ordinary. Steel lockers, peeling paint. The faint smell of disinfectant and sweat. That's what I kept telling myself the first night I noticed the scratches. They were subtle at first. Thin, shallow lines etched into the inside of my locker door, almost invisible in the dim fluorescent light. I thought maybe it was careless officers or the janitor's old keys scraping metal, but the scratches were deliberate, curved in odd patterns, almost like letters or claws. I stared at them for longer than I should have, running my fingers over the grooves. Cold, sharp. The first night, I chalked it up to imagination, exhaustion, first weak nerves. But the second morning, something was missing. My gloves, my flashlight, small things I'd left neatly on the shelf inside my locker. I remembered locking them in, triple-checked. They weren't just misplaced, they were gone. My stomach twisted, a tight knot of unease I couldn't ignore. I asked the officers on the day's shift. Shrugged shoulders. Casual jokes about the ghost of Precinct 13, or things that move when you're not looking. I laughed along, but my skin crawled, my hand shook slightly. Everyone said it in jest, but the way they said it, quiet, quick, eyes darting to the east wing, told me they knew something. Something I wasn't supposed to. That night, I stayed later than usual, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever, or whoever, was behind it. The lights buzzed, flickered. Shadows pooling in corners like liquid. I walked past rows of lockers, eyes scanning, heart pounding. My own locker sat there, unremarkable, until I reached it. The scratches were deeper this time, jagged, as if they'd been clawed into the metal moments ago. I knelt to examine them. My gloves were back. My flashlight, too, exactly where I'd left them. No, not exactly. The flashlight was lying sideways, the switch scratched, the metal cold and sticky under my fingers. The subtle feeling of being watched prickled along my neck. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through darkness. But the room was empty. I told myself to leave it alone. Leave the locker alone. Go back to the office. But curiosity, fear, and stubbornness kept me rooted. I leaned closer, whispering to myself, "It's nothing. Just old building, old locks, nerves. You're fine." And then I heard it. A scrape. A faint metallic sound behind me. I froze. My own breath sounded loud, harsh in my ears. The sound came again, closer, deliberate, not random, not accidental. Something moved through the rows of lockers. Something that knew I was there. I spun, flashlight swinging, heart hammering, but there was nothing, just lockers. Empty, silent, watching. But I could feel it. Something brushing the air, unseen, curling around me like smoke. I swallowed, trembling, forcing myself to stand. I decided to check the neighboring lockers. Open one at random. Empty. Closed. Another. Empty. But then a smell. Faint metallic, like rusted blood. My stomach twisted. My flashlight flickered, casting shadows that reached out, clawing along the walls. I felt my pulse in my throat and my fingertips. Something was in the room, and it was patient. I stepped back toward my locker. The scratches, they had moved, or maybe new ones appeared. Impossible angles, twisting shapes I couldn't read, but somehow recognized. My name? Maybe, or just letters that mimic my handwriting. My pulse raced. I wanted to run. My legs burned with adrenaline, but my mind was frozen, trying to make sense of it. By the time the janitor came around 3 a.m., I hadn't touched a single locker again. He wheeled his cart past me, muttering, and I noticed his gaze linger on my locker. A pause, quick, almost imperceptible. And then he moved on, humming under his breath. I wanted to ask him what he knew, what he had seen, but I couldn't. Something in the way he walked, careful, deliberate, warned me not to. I stayed until the morning shift arrived, staring at my locker. Everything inside was gone again. Not just my gloves and flashlight this time. Personal items, photos, my coffee mug, a notebook with notes from my first week. Clean, empty, nothing to suggest theft. Nothing except the scratches, deeper, jagged, almost satisfied. I reported it to the captain. He listened, silent, hands folded over the desk. I tried to explain, tried to convey the fear I felt walking into the room, the way it felt alive, like it breathed around me. But he only nodded slowly and said, "Locker room's old. Things get moved. Items go missing. Don't read too much into it. Keep your things in your bag next time." I nodded, but I didn't believe him. Not really. Not after the way the shadows shifted when I wasn't looking. Not after the whispers I swore I heard when I closed my locker. Soft, deliberate, almost human, just beyond comprehension. Mine. The following nights, I began sleeping less. My bed in the precinct's small on-call room felt inadequate. Every noise in the east wing, every metallic scrape made me startled. Every time I returned to my locker, I expected it to be empty, scratched, violated. And more often than not, I was right. I tried small defenses, locking my locker differently, putting items inside a plastic bin, leaving the door open, then closed, then open again. Nothing mattered. The scratches deepened, items vanished, and the whispers continued. At first faint, almost comforting, like a soft hum, but then sharper, edged with malice, persistent, insistent. You can't hide your mind. I noticed other officers avoiding the east wing, not just casual avoidance, quiet, deliberate. When they passed a locker room, they quickened their pace, eyes flicking toward the walls, toward the shadows. No one spoke. I asked once, "Why does everyone avoid this wing?" One officer glanced at me, expression tight, and said, "Some things in this building, they don't leave." I began keeping a journal. Every night, every item missing, every new scratch, every whisper recorded. I tried to find patterns. Times, positions, sequences. Nothing. Random, yet deliberate. I began to dread entering the room. yet couldn't stop myself. Part curiosity, part terror, part something else, something that wanted me to see it. On the third week, I arrived to find my locker open before I even touched it. The scratches covered every inch inside, overlapping, twisting, sharp angles. A single word clear this time. Here. My stomach sank. Every hair on my arm stood on end. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But my feet were frozen. And then I saw it, or thought I did. A shadow shifting inside the locker. Not just a shadow from the lights. Something moving independently. Something alive. My flashlight flickered. When it stabilized, the locker was empty. The word here, still carved deep into the metal. I began noticing patterns in the whispers. Not just my name, not just commands. They started imitating voices I knew. Voices of the officers I had met. Family I hadn't seen in months. Even my own voice calling me to look, to open, to touch. My reflection in the mirror sometimes lagged behind me, smiling when I did not, looking around when I was still. Sleep became impossible. Meals brief mechanical. My uniform always perfectly pressed, my boots polished, as though maintaining the appearance of normalcy kept something at bay. I couldn't tell if it was the building watching me, the lockers, the shadows, or me. Some nights I whispered into the dark, asking it to leave me alone. Some nights I cried quietly, hugging my knees, trying to convince myself I was sane. The final straw came one night when I returned from a routine patrol. My locker had moved, not physically, not by feet or wheels, but shifted in the room, slightly closer to me. And inside my journal, open, pages filled with my handwriting, and additions I hadn't made. Notes, observations, confessions, scribbles in a hand almost like mine, almost not. I dropped my flashlight. It clattered against the floor, casting frantic shadows that danced and twisted as if alive. I ran, out of the locker room, out of the east wing, through the hallways, past the desks, past the empty rooms. And when I stopped, I dared to glance back. The locker room looked normal, harmless, empty, just lockers, steel and paint mundane. But I knew better. I knew the scratches would be back tomorrow. I knew the items would vanish. I knew the whispers would return. And I knew, most of all, that I had been marked. Not by violence, not by threat, but by awareness, by attention. Something had chosen me. Something that lived in the scratches, the shadows, the empty spaces inside the lockers. Something that wanted me. I didn't sleep that night. Didn't sleep the next. I started bringing nothing into the locker. Just a jacket, rolled tightly, zipped, but the feeling followed me. The whispers, the shadows, the weight of unseen eyes. And I realized with a sick certainty that no matter what I did, no matter where I put my things, I could never be alone in that precinct again. Not really. The locker room had claimed a corner of my mind, a piece of my soul. And I was learning that the longer I stayed, the more it demanded. Some nights, I swear I hear it call my name from the shadows. Here again, night training was supposed to be routine, a way to test our alertness, our discipline, our ability to stay calm under pressure. I had imagined in the daylight, the old gymnasium converted into a training area, echoing with shouts and orders. But night was different. Night twisted everything. Shadows were heavier. Corners seemed to fold into themselves, and silence pressed down so hard you could almost hear your own heartbeat splitting your skull. We assembled just after midnight, flashlights in hand, boots squeaking on the polished concrete. Our sergeant gave the usual instructions, though his voice seemed distant, filtered to the hum of fluorescent lights and the nervous murmurs of the other recruits. Stay in formation, check your corners, trust your partner, and remember, no wandering. Simple enough. Rules that were easy to follow in theory. Less so when the building felt alive. The East Wing was off limits for training. That part of the precinct had always carried its own rumors, ghost stories, strange disappearances, whispers no one could confirm. Of course, we joked about it. First years, trying to act brave. I laughed, told myself it was just superstition, just an old building creaking and moaning as it aged. But the first time my flashlight flickered near the hallway leading toward the east wing, I froze. For just a second, a figure seemed to be standing there, still, shadowed, perfectly human-shaped. Then gone. Just a trick of the light. I told myself. We split into pairs, moving through the designated training area. My partner, Diaz, was calm, almost unnervingly so. He didn't flinch at the old peeling paint or the whispering hum of the ventilation. I envied him. I envied anyone who could ignore the building's presence, that feeling of being watched, of something shifting just out of sight. It started subtly, a faint echo in the distance, the sound of boots on tile. Not ours, not part of the drill. I stopped, raising my flashlight, scanning the corridor beyond the gym. Nothing, only walls, lockers, and shadows pooling unnaturally in the corners. Did you hear that? I whispered, voice low. Diaz shrugged. Probably the wind, or a rat. He smiled calm, but I didn't feel reassured. Footsteps weren't random. They had a rhythm, a cadence, a purpose. They were deliberate, coming closer, then fading, almost taunting us, weaving through areas we were never supposed to enter. We continued the drill, pretending the sound wasn't there, but every so often it would return, near doors that led to storage closets, hallways marked with authorized personnel only, areas we'd never been allowed to enter, and with every step, I felt a cold weight in my chest, like the building itself had exhaled directly onto me. By the time the sergeant called us to regroup for the second exercise, the tension was unbearable. I tried to focus on my breathing, forcing my eyes to scan the room, to stay grounded. Diaz didn't say a word, just kept his gaze steady, flashlight beams sweeping the corners. But even he flinched once when a door at the far end of the hallway creaked. Just a creak, but in that moment, the entire corridor seemed alive, stretching, bending, holding its breath. We lined up for the second drill. Search and sweep. Simple, they said. Routine, they said. My flashlight cut a narrow circle of light across the walls and floors. Every shadow seemed to twitch, move in ways that were just beyond comprehension. And then I heard it again. Boots. Slow. Soft. Not ours. Not Diaz's. Not anyone else's. I stopped, heart hammering. Do you hear that? I whispered. Diaz's flashlight flicked toward the dark hallway. Probably one of the instructors messing with us. But the sound wasn't a joke. It wasn't rhythmic like the drills. It was patient, deliberate, coming closer and then retreating, circling us, teasing. Every time I moved toward it, it seemed to retreat further into the shadows. Every time I turned away, it followed. The other recruits began noticing. Murmurs. Nervous laughter. Some tried to convince themselves it was a drill. Others froze in place, eyes darting toward doors that should have remained locked, hallways that should have remained empty. I could feel the building listening, watching, something patient, waiting for me to notice it fully. We were instructed to sweep the east hallway, just to the edge of the off-limits area. The rules were clear. Do not enter the forbidden wing. And yet, every step toward that corridor felt magnetic, inevitable. The whispers, soft now, like air through the vents, brushed against my ears, carrying syllables I couldn't understand, but that felt familiar. Come, see here. Diaz noticed my hesitation. You okay? He asked, voice low. I nodded, though my hands shook. I could barely hold the flashlight steady. The beam caught a glimpse of the Forbidden Wing's doorway. It had never looked closer. The peeling paint looked darker, the shadow pooling beneath the door thicker, and I swear I could see a hand, or maybe a shadow shaped like a hand, curl around the edge, waiting, watching. The sergeant's voice broke through the tension. Keep moving, recruits. Eyes forward. I obeyed, my feet dragged, unwilling. Every step toward the east hallway was a struggle. The whispers grew louder, almost impatient. And then the footsteps, closer, just beyond the doorway. Slow, deliberate, circling. I could feel their rhythm in my chest. A heartbeat that wasn't mine. Diaz tapped my shoulder. Come on, man. Focus. I nodded, forcing my gaze down the corridor. But the building seemed to stretch. Shadows deepened. The lights above flickered violently. And then, for a heartbeat, I thought I saw someone or something standing at the end of the hall. Just a silhouette, hunched slightly, shifting impossibly. I blinked. Gone. I pressed on, forcing myself to stay with the drill, my mind screaming at me to turn back. But the footsteps followed, patient, unseen, circling, always just beyond reach. I could feel the presence moving with us, guiding us, testing us, waiting for a moment of weakness. By the time the sweep ended, my hands were clammy, my chest burning with adrenaline. The sergeant gave the usual end-of-drill instructions, but even his voice sounded distant, filtered through the tension that had built to a near-palpable weight. Good work, recruits. Return to your posts. We did, silently, avoiding glances at the forbidden east wing. But the whispers didn't stop. They lingered, brushing the edges of my mind, threading through my thoughts. Every shadow in the hallways seemed alive, stretching, twisting, aware. I could feel the weight of eyes on my back, in the corners of every room, everywhere. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I stayed in the small on-call room, flashlight beside me, notebook open, trying to rationalize everything. The whispers, the footsteps, the impossible shadows. It's just nerves. It's just exhaustion. It's just an old building. I wrote those words over and over, trying to convince myself. But deep down, I knew better. By the next night, the whispers had names. My name, Diaz's name, names of recruits I hadn't met yet, and the footsteps, they had patterns. Not random. Circling, testing, observing. And that shadow I thought I saw at the edge of the forbidden wing, it wasn't gone. I felt it. Patient, waiting, just out of reach. Always present, always aware. The training exercise wasn't supposed to be terrifying. Not officially. It was meant to prepare us for the unexpected. To test our nerves. But in that building, in that wing, night twisted into something else entirely. Something alive. Something patient. Something that had been waiting for recruits like me, like us, to notice it, to see it, to feel it. And once it had our attention, once it had been acknowledged, it would never let go. I started avoiding the east hallway whenever I could, tried to stay in pairs, tried to stay alert. But the whispers followed, the footsteps followed, and I knew that sooner or later I would have to confront whatever was in that wing, or it would confront me. It started as an ordinary night. The city outside was quiet, rain drumming softly against the precinct's windows, filling the gaps between the occasional radio chatter. But inside, the air felt heavier than usual. Not the usual tension of a night shift, but something else. Something older. Something patient. I couldn't explain it. Not logically. And I didn't want to. Not yet. I was on my first solo patrol in the East District. Radio strapped to my chest, flashlight in hand, boots making soft echoes on wet asphalt. Diaz had been reassigned to another shift, leaving me alone. I welcomed it at first. The solitude, the focus, the feeling that I could control the night. But the calm never lasted long. Around 1:30 a.m., a call came over the radio. Routine, reports of disturbance. Nothing violent. Just a noise complaint in a narrow alley. I acknowledged it, grabbing the cruiser keys, and noticed Officer Lind and Officer Harris patrolling ahead in the opposite direction. They waved as I drove past. Nothing seemed unusual. Nothing should have been. But a few minutes later, the radio went silent, and then static. I adjusted the dial, hearing faint, distorted chatter. Words I couldn't understand, garbled, overlapping. And then a voice I recognized. Lynn's. Calling out, or maybe screaming. I couldn't tell. Lynn? Harris? Are you there? My voice sounded small in the cruiser, swallowed by the hum of the engine. No response. Just static. I checked the GPS. Their blips had disappeared. Both vanished. I parked and started walking, flashlight cutting through the mist. The alley they were supposed to be on was empty, the walls slick with rain, reflecting the light in weird angles. Every shadow seemed too deep, too dark, like it was pressing against me, waiting. Then I noticed the CCTV feed I had on the tablet in the cruiser. It was supposed to be live, monitoring the area. The first frame showed them walking normally. Radios clipped to their chests, boots splashing on the wet ground. But then something impossible happened. They walked right into the walls. Lynn first, just merged with the brick. His body disappeared like mist, swallowed by solid matter. Harris followed seconds later, reaching out as if to grab Lynn, but the wall took him too. No struggle, no screams, just gone. I stared at the screen, my stomach twisting. My flashlight slipped slightly in my hand, beam jittering, breath caught in my throat. I blinked. The footage hadn't glitched. It was smooth, seamless. And yet, what I had seen was impossible. Entirely impossible. My mind tried to reason it away. Camera malfunction, optical illusion, heat haze. Anything that could explain the footage without saying what I knew in my bones was true. The walls had taken them. I tried to call it in. Radio crackled, distorted. Control, we have a situation. East Alley. My voice trembled. Static swallowed my words. The rain outside grew louder, heavier, as if the city itself was covering the sound of what had happened. I approached the alley on foot, flashlight beam cutting through mist and reflections. The walls were ordinary brick, damp and weathered. Nothing seemed out of place. No footprints. No struggle. No sign that anyone had ever been there. Only the lingering hum in my ears, a vibration in the air that pressed against my chest. I checked again. My flashlight flickered. Shadows pooled unnaturally. I felt watched, not by people, not by living beings. Something else. Patient, silent, observing, waiting for me to realize what the walls could do, what the building had learned. What I had learned. I went back to the cruiser, shaking, trying to process. The tablet was still displaying the footage. Rewound it, played it again. Same result. Lynn and Harris had walked into walls, dissolved, vanished as if the laws of reality didn't apply. And in the corner of my vision, I thought I saw movement, shadows slipping along the bricks, impossible angles curling around corners. I looked directly at it. Nothing. Dispatch finally came through, voice tight, almost trembling. Unit 39, report status? I don't know, I stammered. Lynn and Harris, they're gone. I think the walls took them. Static, then a click, dead air. I moved through the precinct afterward, checking the logs, the radios, the computer terminals. Every system was functioning, yet everything pointed to the impossible. Officers reported seeing them moments before disappearance, all the way down to who waved last. But no one had actually seen them leave, and no one could account for their absence afterward. I stayed on edge for days after. Every hallway felt like a corridor waiting to swallow me whole. Every wall seemed alive, breathing slowly, stretching just beyond my peripheral vision. Every time I passed a corner, I imagined them on the other side, waiting, dissolved into the structure itself, patient, watching. At home, I replayed the footage again and again. Each time, my stomach knotted tighter. Each time, I noticed something I hadn't before. Shadows behind them, darker than they should be, shapes in the brick that shouldn't exist. And sometimes, just a glimpse, a flash of someone moving inside the walls. Not clear, not solid, but undeniably human-shaped. Sleep became impossible. I woke in the middle of the night, visions of walls shifting, of faces pressed into bricks, eyes staring out from corners, whispers, faint, distant, echoing in my ears. Voices I recognized. Lynn, Harris, not calling for help, calling me. I began walking the precinct hallways alone, flashlight in hand, testing boundaries, checking corners. The east wing was worse than ever. Shadows pooled, corners bent, walls seemed to lean toward me slightly. And I knew, deep down, I knew the building could take anyone, any officer, any recruit, without warning, without reason. I didn't tell anyone what I saw. Not fully, not the impossible part. The rationalizations, camera glitch, stress, overactive imagination, were easier to voice than the truth. Because if I admitted the truth, if anyone understood, no one would ever step into Precinct 13 again. And yet, the building waits. Always. watching, learning, patient. I could feel it now. Even as I sat at my desk, lights flickering, rain drumming on the windows. The walls pulsed faintly, imperceptibly, as though breathing. And in my mind, I could hear footsteps. Not my own, not anyone else's. Just beyond, circling, deliberate, waiting for me to notice. I walk past walls differently now. Careful, hesitant, never alone. Every shadow might contain someone or something swallowed by bricks and mortar, waiting to be acknowledged again. I have nightmares of them. Lynn and Harris, walking into walls, disappearing. Faces twisted in confusion and fear, yet silent. And I can't forget the feeling they must have felt. The pull of the structure, patient, inevitable, impossible. Some nights, I swear I hear it in the building itself. A low vibration, like footsteps just beyond the walls, moving toward me, retreating, circling, deliberate, not random, not chaotic, watching, waiting. I still patrol the east wing, though I try not to. I try to stay with a partner, to keep moving, to avoid standing still. Because standing still is how it notices. Standing still is how it claims. I don't know if I'll ever see Lynn or Harris again. I don't even know if seeing them matters. The footage, the memories, the impossible visions, they're enough to remind me of what lurks in the walls, what the precinct can do when it decides to. And I know, with a certainty that chills me, that it hasn't finished. Not with me, not with anyone. The walls wait, patient, silent, unforgiving. And the next time you walk past a brick or a corner in this precinct, remember, it might be watching, learning, waiting. And you may not know you're gone until it's too late. It wasn't supposed to be there. I swear it wasn't. The old precinct had its quirks. Sure. Peeling paint, flickering lights, corridors that smelled of mildew. But I knew every corner, every staircase, every closet. At least I thought I did. Until that night. I was finishing a late report, alone in the records room. Fluorescent light humming overhead, rain tapping against the windows. My mind was half in the paperwork, half in the shadows of the East Wing, replaying what happened with Lynn and Harris. I kept trying to rationalize it. Stress, nerves, exhaustion. But even as I told myself that, my gut tightened, a cold weight I couldn't shake. The building had claimed them. I knew that much. And somehow it was still waiting. I stacked files and shuffled through old floor plans we kept for reference. That's when I noticed it. A small, almost imperceptible rectangle in the blueprint. A door I'd never seen. At least, not in real life. It was tucked beneath the old stairwell, marked only as storage in smudged handwriting. I frowned, tracing it with my finger. I had patrolled those stairs countless times. There was no storage door there. Nothing. Just a blank wall. Curiosity gnawed at me. The rain outside had picked up, hammering the windows with irregular intensity, and the precinct was silent except for the occasional creak of old pipes. I told myself to leave it alone. Go home. Sleep. Forget I ever saw it. But some part of me, the part that had felt the shadows behind every hallway, that had watched walls swallow people whole, needed to see it, needed to understand it. I found the staircase. Ordinary, paint chipped, steps groaning under my weight. My flashlight beam cut a narrow swath through the darkness. And there it was, a door perfectly sealed. No handle, no lock, just a rectangle in the wall. Faint seams where the plaster met the metal. Impossible. How had I never seen it before? I pressed my hand against the door. Cold, smooth, solid. And then I heard it. Soft, faint at first. A whisper, like air moving through a vent. Except it carried words. Come, come. My fingers froze on the wall. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I whispered to myself, it's just the wind. Just the pipes. Just imagination. But the whispers didn't stop. They grew louder, threaded with language I didn't recognize. Syllables curling into my mind like smoke. Faint, patient, almost human in cadence. And beneath it, I felt a rhythm. A heartbeat? Not mine. Something else. Something in the wall. Waiting. I stepped back, trying to convince myself. My flashlight flickered, shadows shifting unnaturally across the walls. My mind raced, and I felt the first true pang of fear that night. The building itself was alive, watching, learning, feeding, and this door, this hidden door, was the heart of it. I couldn't leave it alone. My instincts, trained, rational instinct from weeks of policing, shouted at me to retreat, to walk away. But another voice, deeper, older, whispered louder. See, understand, join. I searched the floor around the stairwell, running my hands along the edges of the walls. Nothing. Then, almost by accident, I pressed against one of the corners. The metal groaned, almost imperceptibly, a vibration under my palm. My heart jumped, the door moved, just a fraction, enough to suggest it was not completely sealed. I hesitated. Every rational thought screamed to leave, and yet I pressed again, harder this time. The vibration increased. A faint hum, like air being displaced, and then the door shifted. A gap, a whisper of air, and the smell musty, damp, and faintly sweet, like earth that had been buried for decades. My stomach turned. My palms sweated. I leaned closer. The whispering grew, almost urgent now. Come closer. My flashlight flickered, and for a moment I imagined the shadows behind it reaching out, curling into shapes I couldn't recognize. Shapes that weren't quite human, not quite solid, but watching, waiting. I pressed my shoulder against the door. It gave slightly. My breath caught. The whispers became a chorus, layering over themselves. Names, voices I knew, not calling me, inviting, mocking. You're here, finally mine. I stumbled back, heart hammering. My mind screamed at me to leave, and yet my legs moved forward again, almost on their own. The first glimpse inside was darkness thicker than any night. Not a lack of light, but a density that seemed to swallow the beam of my flashlight. I squinted, heart racing, and thought I saw movement. Shapes shifting in the dark, fleeting, just beyond comprehension. I swallowed, trying to calm my shaking hands. The air inside was alive, thick, heavy, vibrating with whispers that seemed to crawl along my skin. Every breath I took tasted like damp soil and old decay. I stepped inside cautiously, flashlight held in front of me, shadows twisted, walls breathing, and every step I took echoed like gunfire in a cathedral. Then I saw it, faint scratches along the floorboards, leading deeper into the basement, not random, deliberate, almost like footsteps. I followed them, flashlight beam trembling, and with every step, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, threading into my mind, teasing at my thoughts. Come deeper, see what waits. I stumbled over a broken step, heart hammering. A low vibration ran through the floor, up my legs, into my chest. The walls, if you could call them walls, seemed to shift, not physically, not yet, but the shadows within them stretched, curling, reaching, and I felt it, that same sensation I'd felt in the East Wing. Patient, watching, waiting, learning. I reached the far end of the basement. An old furnace sat in the corner, rusted and silent, and behind it, a small alcove. The air here was almost unbearable. Whispers layered over themselves. Faint laughter intertwined with voices I knew. Voices I'd heard on the radio, in reports, in nightmares. You shouldn't be here, but you are. I shined my flashlight into the alcove. The shadows moved like liquid. Shapes within them twisted, impossible. Faces forming for a fraction of a second before dissolving into darkness. My stomach lurched. My mouth went dry. And yet, I couldn't turn away. My legs carried me forward, closer to the impossible shapes, closer to whatever lay hidden beneath the precinct. And then the door slammed behind me. Not closed, slammed. I spun, flashlight shaking. The air seemed to thicken further, pressing against me, muting the sound of my own heart. Whispers became urgent, frantic, as if the basement itself had noticed me. You shouldn't have come, you shouldn't have seen. Panic surged. My hands shook. My flashlight flickered, and in that brief darkness, I saw them. Not shadows, not shapes, figures. Human-shaped, yes, but wrong. Elongated limbs, distorted faces, eyes black and vast, mouths moving in impossible ways as they whisper my name. My pulse skyrocketed. I stumbled back, tripping over the uneven floor, scrambling for the door. It was locked, sealed. The wall behind me is solid, unmoving mass. I pressed my hands against it, shouting, trying to force it open, and the whispers intensified, a cacophony of voices layering over each other. Some taunted, some pleaded, some were entirely incomprehensible, ancient and alien. And then I realized something. They weren't just voices. They weren't just shapes. They were aware, observing, learning, waiting for me to break, for me to panic, for me to acknowledge their presence fully. And I forced myself to calm down, slow my breathing, focus. The whispers became a rhythm, almost hypnotic. I followed it, stepping carefully along the scratches, past the furnace, deeper into the basement. Every shadow seemed to curl around me, beckoning, inviting, threatening. And in the farthest corner, I saw a light, small, faint, flickering. Not electric, not natural, something else, something alive. I couldn't explain why, but I approached it, each step heavier than the last, air thick and vibrating, whispers threading into my thoughts. The light revealed a small hatch, partially buried under dust and debris. I knew instinctively this was it. This was what the precinct had been hiding, what the building had been guarding. I knelt before it. The whispers were a chorus now, almost melodic, almost hypnotic. See, open joined, I hesitated. Every instinct screamed to run, to leave, to never look back. And yet I couldn't. Some part of me, curious, stubborn, terrified, reached for the hatch handle. Cold metal under my fingers, vibrations running through me like electricity. And that's when I felt it. Eyes. Not on my face. Not behind me. In the walls, the floor, the shadows. Watching. Patient. Waiting. And in that instant, I knew. Whatever lay beneath, that hatch was not just a basement. Not just a room. It was alive. And it had been waiting for me. I pulled the hatch open. Darkness swallowed the light from my flashlight. The whispers surged, surrounding me, pressing against my mind, curling into every thought, every fear, every memory. I took a shaky breath, stepping closer. And I knew this was only the beginning. The rain started as a whisper, just a drizzle, soft against the asphalt, the roof of the precinct, the street lamps flickering in the distance. I didn't notice at first, too wrapped up in the basement, too consumed by the impossible things I'd seen, the walls swallowing officers, the whispers in the hidden basement, the shapes curling in the dark like liquid shadows. By the time I did notice, it had grown into a relentless downpour, pounding the city streets, washing the world in cold, gray sheets of water. I needed to leave. Not tomorrow, not later, but now. Every instinct screamed it. The building behind me had been patient long enough. It had shown me what it could do, and I could feel in my bones. It wasn't finished, and whatever had been beneath the hatch, whatever had waited for me in the basement, was patient, yes, but it was also hungry. It wanted acknowledgement. It wanted me to see, to notice, to touch. And I bolted, boots slapping wet pavement, hands clamped over my flashlight, dripping water down my arms. The precinct receded behind me, its windows flickering like eyes, shadows moving just beneath the edges of the panes. And then, the first terrifying thought hit me. The building wasn't where it should be. I turned the corner, expecting the familiar intersection, the lamppost, the cracked sidewalk, and it wasn't there. Nothing. Just an endless stretch of rain-soaked road, illuminated by the yellow glow of distant streetlights. The building, the precinct, was still behind me, massive and intact, but now it seemed impossible. It had shifted, rotated, expanded in some way my mind couldn't process. I tried to get a bearing on the map. My phone, GPS, anything. But every app, every satellite image, every street grid insisted the building didn't exist. Not on this block, not anywhere, as if it had been erased. And yet, I could see it clearly, looming behind me, black against the rain, whispering promises I didn't want to hear. Panic clawed at my chest, making each breath ragged. My flashlight flickered in time with the storm, rain dripping off the brim of my hat and stinging my eyes. I tried to run faster, but the ground seemed to stretch, to warp beneath me. The streetlights above flickered and elongated, casting shadows that writhed at the edges of my vision. And then I noticed the whispers. Not faint now, not distant, right beside me, breathing against my ear, wet and urgent, threading into my mind. Stay, you can't leave, it waits. I swallowed hard, forcing my legs to move. I passed intersections that should have existed, but didn't. Houses that weren't on any map. Streets curving at impossible angles, looping back on themselves. Every time I thought I recognized something, I turned a corner, and the world had shifted again. And through it all, the precinct loomed behind me, black and silent, windows like eyes watching me. My breath was shallow, body trembling, boots skidding on slick asphalt. And then I saw it, or thought I saw it. At the corner of my vision, figures, indistinct in the rain, moving with me, just beyond my flashlight beam. Not human, not entirely. Shadows, yes, but shaped with purpose, deliberate, keeping pace with me. I didn't dare look directly. I didn't dare. I shouted, hoping anyone would hear. My voice was swallowed by the storm, bouncing off streets that didn't exist, echoing through rain-soaked alleys that twisted and multiplied. I was alone, completely, and the building, my precinct, was still there, unyielding, patient, waiting. I tried to find shelter, any shelter, but the city around me had changed. Stores I knew were gone. Street signs twisted into symbols I didn't recognize. And every time I glanced back, the precinct was closer than it should have been, shadows pooling beneath its eaves, the windows flickering like the pulse of a living thing. I stumbled over wet cobblestones, boots slipping, arms flailing. My flashlight flickered violently, then stabilized, illuminating a figure standing in the distance. Just ahead, drenched in rain, face obscured, waiting. My heart hammered, and I forced myself to focus. No, I had to keep moving. I ran again, boots pounding, rain slicing across my cheeks. And then I saw it, or felt it, the whispers, now overwhelming, threading into every thought, every memory. Stop, look, see. Faces, familiar and alien, press into the mist. Lynn, Harris, officers from the precinct I didn't recognize. Watching, reaching, calling my name in the storm. My chest tightened, panic surging, and I tripped, skidding into a puddle, rain mixing with sweat and tears. I scrambled up, shivering, shaking, and that's when I noticed the ground, the cobblestone, the asphalt, the sidewalks. They weren't solid, not entirely. I could feel them bending, stretching slightly as I ran, as if the city itself was alive, reshaping around me, preventing escape, herding me back toward the precinct. I screamed. My voice tore through the storm, but no one answered. Nothing answered. The rain drowned everything but the building behind me, growing taller, stretching upward, windows flickering with impossible shapes, shadows writhing behind them. And I realized I wasn't just fleeing the precinct. I was fleeing something that existed within it. And now the city itself had joined the hunt. I ran blindly, no sense of direction, passing intersections that twisted impossibly back onto themselves. Street lamps elongated into strange shapes, bending toward me. Rain hammered my face, freezing my teeth and making my vision blur. And always behind me, the whispers, the patient, relentless pulse of the building, reaching through the rain, calling, mocking, waiting for me to falter. My legs burned, lungs screaming. And then, suddenly, I was on familiar ground. A park I knew, a street I had walked a dozen times during daylight. Relief surged, almost paralyzing, until I looked up. The precinct was there, massive and impossible, though the map said it didn't exist. And for the first time, I realized the full scope of it. It could exist anywhere it wanted, shift, fold, expand, and I had no way to escape. The whispers became voices, layered and frantic, circling me in the storm. You can't leave, you shouldn't have seen, come back, come back. Shapes emerged from rain, fleeting glimpses of bodies stretched and bent in ways that should be impossible, slipping in and out of the mist. I blinked. My flashlight fell, catching only shadows. Heart racing. I picked it up again. Nothing solid. Nothing real. And yet, the weight of watching pressed against me like water. I ran again, desperate, knowing I had no plan, no direction, only the need to move. Rain washed over me, soaking through uniform and skin, drenching me in cold that felt unnatural, like the city itself was trying to seep into me. And always behind me, the precinct looming, patient, shifting, waiting. Hours, or maybe minutes, I couldn't tell, passed. My mind blurred. I passed streets that shouldn't exist, alleys that twisted impossibly, intersections that folded back onto themselves. And yet, the building followed, always behind me, always watching, always patient, waiting for me to notice, to stumble, to falter. At some point, exhaustion took over. I collapsed in a doorway, drenched, shivering, heart-hammering. My flashlight beam flickered weakly across the street. For the first time, I allowed myself to look back. The precinct was closer now, massive, impossibly tall, windows glowing with shapes and faces pressed against them. Shadows stretched like fingers, curling out of corners, pulling at the edges of the street, beckoning. And I understood, with a certainty that chilled me to my core, it had never let me leave. The whispers threaded into my mind, a constant hum, a rhythm I could feel in my chest. There is no map, there is no way. There is only us. I realized then fully that the world outside the precinct, the city, the streets, even the rain, was no longer familiar. Everything had changed, folded, warped around it. The building had claimed this corner of reality, reshaping it to suit itself. I thought of Lynn and Harris, the hidden basement, the walls swallowing people. And I knew what awaited me if I stayed still. Patient, deliberate, watching. The precinct and whatever lived within it would not allow me to escape. The rain was relentless, the storm deafening, and yet I could still hear the faint patter of footsteps behind me. Not human, not mine, but deliberate, following, waiting. I stumbled to my feet, body trembling, lungs burning. The storm battered me, rain washing my face, blurring my vision, but I forced myself forward. The streets twisted, the city folding over itself. Yet somehow, by some impossible logic, I moved forward. Or maybe it was forward. Maybe the building decided. Maybe it didn't matter at all. And in that moment, drenched, exhausted, terrified beyond words, I understood the truth. The precinct, the basement, the walls, the shadows, they didn't belong to the maps. They didn't obey rules. They didn't obey reality. And I wasn't just fleeing a building anymore. I was fleeing something that had reshaped the world itself, and I had no idea how, or if I could ever escape. All I knew was the rain, the cold, the relentless whispering, and the impossible certainty that I was alone, completely alone. And yet, the precinct was everywhere, patient, watching, waiting, hungry for the next mistake. And I knew, deep in my bones, that it would never let me leave. The first thing I noticed when we arrived at the academy was the rain. Not the soft drizzle that soothes, or the spring rain that smells of wet earth. This was hard, cold, insistent rain that soaked through uniforms in seconds, turning our jackets into clinging sheets, dripping from the brim of our hats and the edges of our boots. The asphalt reflected the academy's lights in fractured ribbons, and I could swear the shadows moved even in places where nothing should have been. I had been warned about night drills. Everyone had. The instructors smiled, a little too knowingly, when they told us that cadets who came at night felt the place differently. They didn't tell us exactly how, and at first I didn't believe it. But the moment I stepped onto the rain-slick courtyard, I understood. The academy wasn't just a building. It was a presence, cold, patient, and aware. My boots splashed against puddles as we followed the senior cadets into formation. The others chatted nervously, trying to keep the mood light, but the laughter felt thin, brittle. I felt eyes on us, though I couldn't see anyone. Not at first, just a weight, pressing from the windows, from the walls, from the dark corners between lamp posts. I glanced at the main building. Its brick and stone seemed ordinary in the daylight, But now, in the rain at night, it felt alive. Every window was a black eye, every shadow a hand that could reach for you if you moved too close. Our instructor, Sergeant Miles, barked orders, his voice sharp, cutting through the rain. We were supposed to run drills, follow his instructions, memorize the courtyard, and navigate the empty halls. It all sounded straightforward, routine, but I could feel it. The academy wasn't empty. It was watching, learning, waiting. We began marching to the first exercise point, feet splashing, rain dripping into our eyes, running down our necks. I tried to focus on the instructions, on the rhythm of my steps, but my eyes kept darting to the corners of courtyard. Shadows pulled unnaturally near the walls. I could swear they shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. A figure, maybe two, seemed to move at the edge of my vision. Too fast to be human, too deliberate to be coincidence. One of the cadets, Ramirez, whispered behind me, "Did you see that?" He pointed to a window on the second floor, rain streaking down the glass. I squinted, but the window was empty, nothing, and yet the feeling of being watched intensified, the hair on my arm standing on end. "Focus," I muttered to myself, though the words sounded hollow. My voice carried oddly in the courtyard, bouncing off walls and echoes that didn't match my movements. I caught myself thinking the sound was almost wrong, distorted, like a tape recorder playing in reverse. My stomach turned. We moved toward the main drill hall, a long, narrow building at the far end of the courtyard. The rain had stopped for a moment, leaving everything slick and shining, and I thought I could finally breathe. Then the sound hit me. Footsteps. Not ours. Not the cadets. Slower, heavier, echoing behind us. Every time I spun around, nothing was there. Just the wet courtyard, empty and glimmering. I tried to laugh it off, but my chest tightened. I whispered to Ramirez again, "You hear that too, right?" He nodded, pale eyes wide. We picked up the pace, moving in formation, boots slapping against the stone. Tried to ignore the rhythm that didn't match ours, the sound that followed us from somewhere unseen. By the time we reached the drill hall, I was soaked through, shivering despite the uniform. The doors creaked as we entered, the smell of old wood and damp cement hitting me. Inside, the hall stretched longer than I remembered, darker than it should have been. Windows along the far wall reflected our flashlight beams, but I could see shadows moving independently, just beyond the glass, curling in angles no light should have reached. Sergeant Miles began the exercise. We were supposed to practice room searches, entering one by one, checking every corner, door, and passage. He stressed attention to detail, safety protocols, standard procedure, but my mind kept wandering to shadows, to the way the light from my flashlight bent oddly against the walls, the way the ceiling seemed higher in some spots, lower in others, as if the building itself were stretching or breathing. The first room I entered was empty, damp, and ordinary, but then I noticed the walls. Scratches, fine, shallow, almost like fingernails, crisscross across the paint, running up and down in patterns that didn't make sense. Not random, deliberate, and beneath the scratches, faint impressions, like something had pressed against the walls from the other side. I swallowed hard. My hand shook as I ran a finger across the markings. They were fresh, moist, like the rain had somehow seeped in from outside, or perhaps from something else. I moved to the next room, flashlight cutting through the darkness. Each step echoed too loudly, bouncing in ways that made me dizzy. And then I heard it, a whisper, soft, almost beneath the sound of dripping water. "Cadet." It wasn't Ramirez. It wasn't anyone else. Just the breath of a voice, curling along the walls, disappearing as soon as I tried to trace it. I froze. Every rational thought fought to assert itself. There's no one here. It's the wind, echoes, imagination. But the hair on my arm stood up, my gut twisted, and I couldn't shake the certainty that someone or something was watching me, waiting. I backed out of the room, heart hammering, flashlight trembling in my hand. The hall was empty. The other cadets moved mechanically, oblivious or too scared to speak, following Sergeant Miles' instructions. But I noticed something that made my blood run cold. At the far end of the hall, where the light from the windows to have faded into black, faces appeared. Not human faces, not fully, but faces, pale and wet, pressed against the glass from the outside, watching. Eyes too large, too dark, staring directly at me. I blinked. They were gone. The hall was empty again. But I could feel them, lingering, breathing, patient, waiting. And the whispers returned, more insistent, threading into my thoughts. Cadet, watch, stay. I stumbled back, trying to focus on the exercise, on the instructions, on the normal, procedural part of my training. But every shadow seemed to twitch as I passed. Every reflection in the window twisted independently of reality, and the building itself seemed to pulse beneath my feet, alive with some slow, deliberate rhythm. By the time we finished the drill, I was soaked, trembling and drained. The other cadets laughed nervously, talking about the weird night, about the storm, about the shadows. But I knew, deep down, it wasn't the rain, and it wasn't just shadows. The academy had seen us. It had learned. And whatever it was patient, waiting for the next mistake. As we exited, the rain had returned, hammering down, soaking us instantly. I looked back at the academy one last time. Its windows glimmer with reflections that weren't ours, shadows coiling in impossible angles, whispers brushing my mind, echoing off wet walls. Cadet, come stay. I pulled my coat tighter, tried to convince myself it was just nerves, just a storm, just an old building. But I knew better. I could feel in my bones. The academy was alive, watching, and the night had only just begun. Even as I trudged toward the dorms, soaked and shivering, I could still feel eyes on my back, shadows in corners that had no right to exist, and whispers in the rain, curling into my mind, patient, deliberate, waiting for me to see the next secret the academy would show. I would never see night drills the same way again. The drill had started ordinarily enough, or at least as ordinary as a night exercise in the rain-soaked academy could be. We were tasked with clearing the east wing, room by room, flashlight beams cutting to the darkness, boots echoing against cold tile. My nerves were already frayed from the first night, from the rain, from the feeling that the academy was alive in ways we weren't supposed to notice. Ramirez led the way, flashlight held high. I followed behind, shoulders tense, senses sharpened. The east wing was narrower than the main hall, long stretches of corridor lined with doors. Some locked, some cracked open just enough to cast deep shadows. Everything smelled damp, the air thick with mildew, wet paint, and something else I couldn't name. Something that made my throat tight and my stomach lurch. As we walked, I noticed at first out corner of my eye a hallway, or rather a section of the hallway that seemed wrong. It wasn't on the blueprint. It shouldn't have been there. The walls bent at angles that made my stomach twist. Tile that had been a pale gray earlier now glimmered black under the flashlight, and the door at the end, heavy and wooden, hadn't existed the last time I'd passed this corridor. I blinked, then I swore it moved. Not physically, not like a ghost drifting, but the angles shifted subtly, like the hallway itself breathed. I shook my head. I tried to rationalize it. My eyes were playing tricks. Night fatigue, stress, the rain, any excuse, anything to convince myself this was normal. But Ramirez noticed too. Did that hallway just... His voice faltered. He didn't finish. He was staring at the far end, eyes wide, body stiff. I swallowed hard. What are you seeing? I whispered, though even my whisper sounded loud in the quiet corridor. He shook his head. It wasn't here before. It shifted. A cold weight settled over me. My flashlight flickered, shadows twisting in ways that didn't make sense. The ceiling above seemed higher in some places, lower in others, bending around us like the walls themselves were alive. I wanted to reach out, touch the plaster, the tile, anything to prove it was solid, ordinary, real, but I couldn't. My hand shook too much, and something primal told me to back away. Then I noticed the doors. Not the usual cadet rooms or storage closets. Doors that shouldn't exist. Some cracked open just enough for darkness to spill out, pooling on the wet floor. Others were shut tight, but the edges, they pulsed slightly, as though breathing, waiting for someone to notice. I wanted to tell Ramirez to keep moving, to ignore it, but his body language mirrored mine. Hesitation, fear, and then the whisper came. Soft at first, almost beneath the sound of our breathing. "Cadet!" We froze. The hallway seemed to tighten around us, walls bending inward subtly, as if the building itself was leaning closer, pressing us toward the doors. The whispers grew, faintly melodic, threading into our minds. "Step inside, see stay." I took a shaky breath. "It's just the wind," I said, though even I knew it wasn't. The doors, the walls, the angles, they weren't natural. They weren't human. And the whispering, not wind, not any sound I could place. We pressed forward, trying to stay on the designated route. Flashlight beams jittering across walls that didn't quite align. And then I saw it clearly. A room at the end of the hallway that hadn't existed before. Windows too small, walls that seemed to shimmer slightly, edges soft like they weren't fully there. I blinked, and when I opened my eyes again, the door was gone. The hallway had reverted to its ordinary, straight, familiar self. I stumbled back, heart hammering. "Did you see that?" Ramirez nodded, pale. It had moved. The hallway changed, and there was a room. I swear I saw a light inside. Someone or something was in there. We continued cautiously, moving from door to door, room to room, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every corridor we passed seemed longer than before, stretching subtly, bending in ways our blueprints didn't account for. Shadows clung to the corners, edges, sliding along the walls in ways that defied the angle of our flashlight beams. I noticed scratches along the baseboards, fresh and jagged. They ran in patterns I didn't recognize. Not random, deliberate, almost like someone or something had been pacing the hallway for hours, days, waiting for us to arrive. I ran my fingers along the markings, and they seemed to shiver under my touch, faint vibrations threading into my skin, like the building itself was alive and aware. We approached another door, one that Ramirez insisted hadn't been on the map before. I tried to ignore it, tried to follow protocol, but something drew me closer. Not curiosity, not bravery, something darker, a pull I couldn't resist. The door hummed faintly beneath my fingertips, a vibration that pulsed in my hand, up my arm, settling deep in my chest. "Don't." Ramirez started, but I was already leaning in, peering into the darkness beyond. Inside, the room stretched impossibly, walls bending in angles that shouldn't exist. Shadows pulled thickly, darker than any light could produce. And then I saw them, figures, not fully formed, not solid, faces pressed against the walls in the distance, eyes too large, mouths open in silent screams, reaching with hands that blurred into the air like liquid shadows. I jerked back. My flashlight wavered. My heart thundered in my chest. The room, whatever it was, shrunk back into nothing as I blinked. Just walls, tile, ordinary doors. But the echo of the whispers lingered in my ears. "Cadet, step inside, see." I turned to Ramirez. He looked shaken, eyes wide, trembling. We need to finish this and get out," he said. His voice was barely above a whisper, matching the cadence of the voices. We moved on, but the hallway had shifted again. Every corner seemed unfamiliar, every intersection slightly different. And no matter how far we went, every room we checked had traces of it. Scratches along the floors, faint whispers trailing behind us, shadows that didn't belong. At one point, I glanced back, and the hallway we'd just come down had vanished. Walls now ended abruptly at the staircase, doors where there had been none. I spun, trying to map the space in my mind, but it was impossible. The academy wasn't static. It had learned. It was reshaping itself around us, moving in ways we couldn't anticipate. The whispers grew louder as the minutes stretched into hours, though I knew it was probably only 20 or 30. Layers of voices intertwined. Some urgent, some coaxing, some mocking. I caught fragments of names. Cadets from past years, instructors long gone, officers I'd heard about in rumors, and each name made my chest tighten. I wasn't alone, and I wasn't safe. We stumbled into a room that seemed ordinary at first, a small supply closet. The door slammed behind us. The shadows inside thickened. And then I realized the hallway we had come from no longer existed. The exit was gone. The walls were closing in and the whispers had multiplied, threading into our thoughts, pressing against our minds. Panic rose. I pounded on the door. "Open! Let us out!" My voice echoed strangely, bouncing back at me from angles that weren't possible. Ramirez shook beside me, hands trembling. It's the hallway," he whispered. "It's alive. It moves. We can't." I stopped him with a glance. My own fear was mirrored in his eyes. And yet, I knew he was right. The hallway, the academy, it was aware, patient, waiting, shaping itself. We were trapped in a puzzle with no rules, a space that didn't obey reality, and every corner, every shadow, every whisper reminded me of it. Finally, the door swung open on its own. No lock, no handle, just yielding some unseen will. We ran into the hallway, but it was not the one we had come from. The walls bent in unfamiliar angles. Doors led to rooms I didn't recognize. And the whispers continued, a constant murmur threading through the air. "Cadet, watch, follow, see." By the time we completed the drill, soaked, shivering, and trembling, I realized something profound. The academy had shifted. It had changed. The east wing wasn't the same as it had been when we entered. Rooms had appeared. Corridors had vanished. Shadows clung in corners that should have been empty. And the whispers, the endless, patient whispers, promised that this was only the beginning. I tried to tell myself it was exhaustion, imagination, stress. But deep down I knew better. The hallway had watched us. The building had watched us. And every time we turned a corner, we were stepping into a place that was not quite real, a place that existed to trap, to observe, to feed on fear. And I just knew, that the academy would not stop. Not tonight, not ever. The night had already settled into something heavy, oppressive. The academy felt alive, shifting around us, corridors bending subtly, shadows lingering longer than they should. My nerves were frayed, every step echoing unnaturally in the wet, hollow halls. I'd expected drills, orders, routine exercises. What I hadn't expected was for reality itself to feel off. We had just cleared the east wing during the vanishing hallway exercise when it happened. A siren, high-pitched and urgent, cut through the darkness. The strange thing was, I didn't hear it. Not really. Not in the conventional sense. There was no wailing, no echoing horn, just a vibration in my chest. A hum, low and insistent, threading through the air, pressing against my eardrums. Ramirez froze beside me, eyes wide, hand gripping my arm. "You feel that?" he whispered. His voice trembled, almost swallowed by the hum. I nodded, heart thudding. "Yeah, what the hell is that?" The lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. But the air changed. Heavy electric, alive. And then I noticed something even stranger. Cadets ahead of us, other recruits, were moving and speaking. But their mouths didn't seem to match the words they were saying. At first, I thought I was imagining it. But as I drew closer, it became impossible to ignore. Ramirez stopped in his tracks, eyes darting around. "Cadet, cadet, cadet." One of the recruits murmured over and over, repeating words that didn't make sense. A cadet near the drill hall muttered his own name in the same hollow rhythm, like a chant he didn't remember starting. I stopped cold. My pulse spiked. "Do you hear them?" I whispered, not taking my eyes off the repeating cadets. They're saying things they don't remember saying. Ramirez said, voice tight. "It's like they're possessed or something." I want to call Sergeant Miles, to demand an explanation, to remind myself this was a drill, that it was all part of the night exercises. But my phone was dead, and the academy's old infrastructure made the radios useless. We were completely cut off, and the hum, the silent siren, pressing against the walls, the floor, the ceiling, it was growing stronger, threading into our thoughts, urging something from within. A cadet in the hallway repeated my name, not out loud, at least not fully, but the syllables pulsed in my mind, matching the vibration of the siren. I staggered back, pressing a hand to my head. The air seemed to thicken, pressing against my skull. Shadows at the edges of the hallway writhed unnaturally, curling into shapes that almost looked like faces. I realized then that the siren wasn't meant to be heard. It was meant to invade, to push its way inside, to make us hear, see, and think things that weren't real, or that were far too real to be understood. Cadet, come follow. The whispers threaded into my thoughts, looping endlessly with a silent alarm. Every cadet nearby seemed affected. Some hunched, shivering, muttering words that made no sense. Others moved like marionettes, stepping in patterns too precise to be natural, eyes vacant, reflecting the flickering lights in strange angles. I stumbled toward Ramirez. "We need to get out of here," I said, though my voice sounded muffled, almost absorbed by the vibration in the air. He nodded, wide-eyed. I don't know if we can. It's everywhere." The walls themselves seemed to pulse, vibrating subtly with the silent siren. Tiles hummed beneath my boots. Even the air felt dense, alive, like the academy itself was breathing, shaping itself to amplify the hum. Every shadow in the hallway flickered in time with the pulses. Faces appeared and vanished in the periphery. Some human, some not, all impossible. I caught movement at the far end of the hall. A cadet I recognized from earlier drills, Thompson, stood perfectly still. But then I noticed it. He wasn't looking at anything. His head tilted slightly, chin jutting, eyes glazed. And he was whispering, not repeating someone else's words this time. He was speaking words none of us had ever heard. Syllables that pulsed in rhythm with the hum. I pressed a hand to my mouth to stifle a gasp. What is he saying? Ramirez shook his head. I can't, I feel it in my head. The words threaded into my mind, incoherent yet insistent. They wrapped around my thoughts, tight, inescapable. A syllable would echo in my chest, a consonant vibrating in my bones. I stumbled backward, tripping over loose tile. The hallway stretched unnaturally, pulling me deeper even as I tried to retreat. And then the whispers changed, layered now, multiple voices, some familiar, some distorted. Officers I'd heard about in rumors, cadets from past drills, maybe even names I'd only seen in the files at the academy. They all whispered in unison, you see, you belong." The silent siren intensified. My ears didn't ring, but every nerve in my body screamed. I couldn't tell where my thoughts ended and the academy's intrusion began. It was no longer sound. It was feeling, a vibration threading through me, rewiring my perception. I turned to Ramirez. He was staring at the walls, trembling, whispering his own name over and over, though I knew he didn't know he was saying it. His face was pale, eyes unfocused. It's calling us," he muttered. "Calling us." I asked, voice cracking. My words fell heavy, like the hum pressed them into the floor before they reached his ears. Yes, it wants us, it sees." He stopped, suddenly stiff, as if the air itself had reached into him. He shook violently. Then, with a clarity that made my blood run cold, he said something in a voice that was not his own. "Cadet, follow the light. You must see." I stumbled backward, heart hammering. The silent siren was everywhere now, vibrating through the walls, the floor, the very air I breathed. Shadows moved independently of the light, stretching across corners, pulling into shapes that were vaguely human, vaguely monstrous. I could feel them observing, reaching, waiting. Every cadet nearby was affected. Some muttered words and languages I didn't know. Others repeated instructions from drills we hadn't yet learned. And I realized with terrifying certainty, this was no exercise. This was the academy asserting itself, revealing a truth we weren't supposed to see. I tried to shake off the whispers, to focus on the task at hand. But each step I took, each breath, each beat of my heart, seemed to make them stronger. The siren didn't just vibrate. It sought. It reached into my mind, threading my fears, twisting them into visions. Walls bending impossibly, corridors stretching into darkness, shadows curling into human shapes, faces pressed against the glass where no windows existed. And then I noticed it. At the far end of the hall, past the muttering cadets, the shadows seemed to condense, forming a shape, not fully formed, but humanoid enough to recognize. It moved slightly, shifting in rhythm with the silent siren. I could feel it watching me, studying, patient, deliberate. Ramirez grabbed my arm. We have to leave. Now. I nodded. But even as we turned to retreat, the hallway bent. Corners shifted. Doors appeared and vanished. Every step forward was met with a new obstacle, a new distortion. The siren pulsed in time with the shadows, and the whispers followed, threading into our minds, promising visions, secrets, understanding, if only we obeyed. I stumbled, nearly falling over a pile of wet gear that hadn't been there moments before. Ramirez helped me up, but even as we moved, the words repeated in my head, my own voice and his blending. Cadet, follow, see, belong. The drill ended some time later. I don't know how long. Time had lost meaning. We emerged into the rain-soaked courtyard, soaked, shivering, hearts hammering. But the hum didn't leave. Even outside, even in the open air, I could feel it threading through my chest, a memory of vibration, a ghost of sound that would not stop. And the cadets, some of them didn't speak for minutes. Others repeated words we didn't remember saying, eyes wide, voices trembling. And I understood something terrifying. The academy didn't need sirens. It didn't need alarms. It could manipulate perception itself, twist thoughts, warp voices, reshape reality. And tonight, it had shown us just a glimpse. I shivered in the rain, pulling my coat tighter. The silent siren had left at least an audible form, but the vibration lingered in my mind. The whispers would follow me forever. The academy had eyes and ears in every shadow, every corridor, and I knew with certainty that this was only the beginning. I would never hear alarms the same way again. The night had stretched long, longer than I thought possible, and the academy's rain-soaked halls had tested every nerve, every instinct, every ounce of courage I didn't know I had. By the time we reached the end of the drill, I was exhausted, soaked, shivering, and my mind felt frayed at the edges. But the academy wasn't finished. Not by a long shot. We were called together in the main hall, a cavernous room that had seemed ordinary in the daylight, but now felt impossibly vast. Shadows pooled along the walls, dark and thick. Clinging to corners that should have been empty, the cadets gathered, damp coats clinging, boots leaving wet prints across the polished floor. Everyone was quiet, too quiet. The usual chatter, the nervous jokes after drills had vanished. Even the instructors seemed subdued, moving silently like shadows themselves. I noticed it first in the mirrors lining the hall. The academy had mirrors in every major corridor, polished and reflective, framed in dark wood. But tonight, they didn't reflect us accurately. At first, I thought it was just fatigue, my eyes playing tricks, the low light bending everything. But then I looked again, more closely. My reflection blinked, but not in sync with me. I raised a hand. It lingered for a heartbeat longer, then slowly followed. My mouth opened, and the reflection smiled faintly before I did. A twitch of the head that I didn't make, a subtle shift in posture that didn't match my own. And it wasn't just me. Others were staring at mirrors, frozen, some whispering, some shaking, and their reflections moved differently. Subtly, imperceptibly at first, but the distortion was undeniable. Ramirez stood beside me, pale, eyes fixed on his own reflection. It's us, he whispered. But not us. It's alive. I nodded, heart hammering. I couldn't speak. Every reflection seemed aware, separate, a presence watching us from the other side. I turned slightly and caught movement in the corner of my vision. Shadows pooled near the far wall, stretching unnaturally, twisting in ways no human form should. Faces formed within them, eyes too dark, too wide, staring directly at us. But when I blinked, they were gone, just shadows again. The instructors moved forward, speaking softly now, a low murmur that threaded into the shadows, and I realized the cadets were stepping in line, walking forward almost hypnotically. But the mirrors, the reflections didn't move with them. Some remained still while the cadets shifted. Others twisted into impossible angles, heads tilted, eyes following paths the bodies never took. I swallowed hard. What is happening? I whispered to Ramirez. He shook his head, voice low. The academy, it's marking us. Not outside, not physically, but here. He gestured toward the mirrors, toward the reflections. Look at them. They're alive, watching, waiting. A chill ran through me. I looked back at my own reflection, and for a brief moment, I saw the cadet I was supposed to be, the one I had trained to become disciplined, obedient, human. And then the reflection changed. It smiled faintly, eyes darker, sharper. It moved a hand slowly, deliberately, brushing along the glass as if it could step through. I jerked back. My boot scraped across the wet floor. Around me, other cadets murmured the same horror, pointing at mirrors, shaking, trembling. But the instructors remained calm, almost approving, like this was the final test, the ultimate revelation. Then I noticed it. Not every reflection was distorted. Some were normal, accurate, human. But those cadets, their expressions were blank, faces tense, eyes wide. They didn't notice the distortions, didn't seem to see the reflections twisting behind them. Only some of us, the ones paying attention, the ones who felt it, saw the truth. The academy didn't just test your endurance. It tested perception, awareness, sanity. I turned again, trying to shake the fear, but the hallway of mirrors behind us seemed to stretch infinitely. Each reflection a slightly altered version of reality. Some cadets' reflections moved faster, some slower, some paused entirely, while their bodies continued forward. A few shadows detached entirely, separating from the glass, forming semi-human shapes that drifted in the corners of the hall, flickering in and out of perception. I could hear whispers again, soft, coaxing, threading into my mind. Step closer, join, see yourself belong. Ramirez grabbed my arm, shaking. We can't, we have to move. Don't watch too long. I nodded, but it was too late. My eyes were drawn back to a reflection of myself in the far corner. I could see my face, pale and wet from the rain, my eyes wide, my lips trembling. And then it smiled. I wanted to look away, to tear my gaze from the glass, but I couldn't. The reflection leaned forward slightly, its eyes dark and knowing, as if it had secrets I didn't yet understand. I felt the air around me thicken, pulse, almost breathe. The whispers became louder, threading directly into my thoughts. Follow, obey, step inside. One cadet near the wall screamed softly, a strangled sound, and stumbled back. His reflection remained poised, calm, smiling faintly, eyes alive with something not human. Another cadet tried to turn, to run, but froze mid-step, body rigid, as if the academy itself had pulled strings around them. I forced myself to step back, to breathe, to focus on reality, on what I knew. But every mirror, every reflection, pressed the same terrifying truth on me. The academy could twist perception, warp identity, separate body from reflection, soul from image. And some part of me feared that the reflection was a real us, and we were merely shadows, trapped, subject to its will. The instructors moved us toward the exit, voices low and calm, guiding us forward, but I couldn't look away. Each step was measured, careful, but the mirrors taunted me. They didn't just reflect light. They reflected intent, awareness, fear, and now they reflected something else. Something alive, aware, patient, waiting. I glanced at Ramirez. His eyes were fixed on his own reflection again, pale, lips trembling. He whispered my name under his breath. I felt a chill as I realized he wasn't really speaking. The academy was speaking through him, words threading into my mind, shaping thoughts, twisting reality. Finally, we reached the outer doors. Rain pelted us again, cold and real, washing over us, soaking uniforms, boots squelching against the pavement. I thought we were safe. I thought the academy's influence ended once we stepped outside. But even in the open air, even under the storm, I couldn't shake it. I glanced over my shoulder at the mirrors in the hallways we'd just left, reflecting the night sky, shadows stretching impossibly. And in one, I saw it again, my reflection, watching, smiling faintly, waiting, not confined to glass, not bound by walls, alive. Some cadets left the academy physically unscathed. No cuts, no bruises, no scratches. But I knew, I could see the mark. the reflection. Some part of them had been altered, twisted, touched by the Academy's will. And some part of them wasn't them anymore. I shivered, pulling my coat tighter, rain dripping down my face. The whispers were gone, mostly, but their echo lingered, threading into my mind. Shadows stretched in the corners of my vision, fleeting, impossible. And every reflection I saw from then on, even in puddles, windows, polished metal, seemed alive, watching, knowing. The night ended. The drill was complete. We had survived, but the Academy hadn't. It lingered in the reflections, in the shadows, in the vibration of the rain-soaked air. I realized something that made my chest tighten. The Academy wasn't done with us. Not tonight, not ever. And every mirror, every glass surface, every reflection of myself would remind me that a part of me had been left behind, alive and aware, in those halls. I would never look at my own reflection the same way again. The rain had been relentless all night, hammering the city in sheets of water, so thick it felt like standing inside a cloud. Lightning lit the streets briefly, then plunged everything back into darkness. I was at my desk, half listening to the static-filled radio chatter, nursing a lukewarm cup of coffee, when the call came in. Detective Marlowe. We got a 10 to 54 on Brookside Lane. Body discovered. No footprints leading to or from the scene. I froze. No footprints? That alone made my stomach twist. The city was soaked, mud everywhere, water pooling in every gutter. Rain this heavy should leave tracks, impressions, traces. Anyone who had been there would have left a mark. But according to dispatch, there was nothing. I grabbed my coat, the fabric already damp from the humidity in the precinct, and pulled on my boots. The storm pounded against the windows as I drove, windshield wipers struggling to keep up, slicing through darkness and rain in desperate arcs. Brookside Lane wasn't far, but the storm made every turn feel longer, every street unfamiliar, even though I'd driven them hundreds of times. When I arrived, the scene was cordoned off with yellow tape, the flashing blue and red lights of patrol cars reflecting in the puddles. The street was deserted except for a few officers standing under umbrellas, their faces tight with unease. Even the rain seemed quieter here, muffled, like the storm had been asked to pause, giving the street its own silence. I ducked under the tape, nodding to Officer Jennings, who was crouched near the body. "You said no footprints?" I asked, voice low. He shook his head, boots muddy, eyes wide. "Not a single one, sir. The ground saturated. I walked the perimeter twice. Nothing leads to or away from it. It's like it just appeared." I frowned, looking down. The body lay face up in the middle of the street, drenched by the rain. Clothes plastered to the skin, hair matted with water, eyes wide open in a frozen expression of shock. It was a young man, mid-20s, someone who had probably been out for a late walk, or maybe something else entirely. The rain had washed him clean of any dirt or debris, but strangely, he was untouched. Not a scratch, not a mark, just there. I crouched beside him, trying to make sense of the scene. The water pooled around his body, reflecting the flashing lights in distorted patterns. Every ripple made him look like he was moving, writhing just beneath the surface. I had to remind myself he wasn't. He was dead. Not that I needed a reminder. The way the skin shone in the streetlight, pale and smooth, made it impossible to forget. I looked around. Brookside Lane was narrow, lined with old brick buildings on either side. Windows stared down like dark eyes, empty, watching. The storm roared in my ears, but the street felt quieter than it should, as though the city itself had withdrawn, letting the body lie in its own stillness. I pulled out my flashlight and scanned the perimeter. Muddy streets, puddles, overflowing gutters, but no footprints, no signs of struggle. Nothing disturbed except the body itself. My hands itched to touch something, anything, to prove reality hadn't twisted. But there was nothing, only the rain, relentless, and the silence that pressed down, heavier than the storm. "Detective, you seen this?" Jennings's voice was tight. He pointed at a window across the street. I followed his gaze. The curtain in the apartment above swayed, though no one had entered or exited. Shadows moved behind it, but I couldn't tell if it was someone, something, or just my imagination playing tricks in the stormlight. "I see it," I said, though my voice sounded distant. The storm made everything feel distant, unreal. Keep everyone back. No one touches anything until CSI arrives. And document everything. Everything. As I stood, trying to get a better angle, a sound caught my attention. Not the rain, not the distant thunder, but a faint whispering. I froze, straining to hear over the storm. The voice was soft, almost inaudible, threading between the raindrops. "Detective, see..." I blinked, shook my head. I was tired, soaked, nerves frayed from nights like this before. The city had a way of twisting perception, turning shadows into figures, puddles into pools of movement. But the whisper, it seemed deliberate, insistent. "Detective, see..." I scanned the street again. Empty, just a body, the brick buildings, the glistening puddles. I swallowed hard, pressing a gloved hand to my mouth. It's just a storm," I muttered, though I didn't believe myself. The young man's eyes seemed to glimmer in the flashlight beam. Not wet, already drenched by rain, but something else. A faint shimmer, a pulse of movement beneath the surface. I crouched lower, trying to focus, and then I noticed it. A faint trail in the water around his shoes. Not footprints, not drag marks, just subtle ripples, like the water itself had been disturbed, as though the body had been placed gently, perfectly, and the rain hadn't even touched it until after. A chill ran down my spine. I looked around again. Buildings, windows, empty street. Not a sign of anyone. No footprints, no tire tracks, no disturbances in the mud. Nothing except the body and the relentless storm. "Sir," Jennings said, voice low, I don't know how to explain this." I shook my head, glancing over the body once more. The rain fell in sheets, washing over him, making him glisten unnaturally in the dim light. I reached down, touching his shoulder with a gloved hand. Cold, not just cold, but otherworldly, as though the warmth of life had never been there to begin with. Someone or something placed him here. I muttered, more to myself than to Jennings. And whoever or whatever did, they didn't leave a trace. Lightning flashed, illuminating the street for a brief instant. I thought I saw movement in the shadows behind the buildings, dark shapes bending and twisting in ways that shouldn't be possible. I blinked, and they were gone. Just bricks and rain again. The whisper returned. "Detective, see you follow?" I took a step back, heart hammering. I could feel it pressing against my mind, threading into my thoughts, urging me, coaxing. It wasn't loud. It wasn't human. But it was real. Real enough to make my chest tighten, make my fingers tingle. I forced myself to focus on facts. The body. No footprints. The storm. The street. Everything else was speculation, hallucination, nerves fraying under pressure. Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the body had appeared by design, that the storm had been part of it, a cover, a tool, and that the whisper, whatever it was, had been waiting for me to arrive. CSI arrived finally, white vans cutting through the rain, lights flickering over the wet asphalt. They worked quickly, cordoning off the area more securely, taking photos, examining the scene. I stayed back, flashlight beams sweeping over the young man, over the street, over the empty, watching windows above. The whisper faded as the CSI techs worked, leaving only the sound of the storm. But I knew it hadn't gone. It lingered in my mind, subtle, patient. Detective, see, and I knew, deep down, that I hadn't seen everything yet. When the body was finally bagged and carried away, the street returned to normal, or as normal as a rain-soaked city street could be. The storm still raged, relentless, but the pulse of unease, the memory of the impossible, stayed with me. I drove back to the precinct slowly, windshield wipers scraping desperately at the water, lights from other patrol cars casting distorted reflections in the puddles. And in every reflection, in every ripple, I felt it. Something unseen watching, waiting. No footprints, no signs, just a body, and a storm that had secrets too deep for the eyes. I knew I would be called back. I knew I would return to that street. And I knew, with certainty, that what I had seen, or what had been placed before me, was only the beginning. The rain continued, drumming against the roof of my car, unrelenting, and somewhere in the shadows between the raindrops, I could still hear it. Detectives, see? The city had settled into an uneasy quiet after the storm, but it was a kind of quiet that feels alive, like the air itself is holding its breath. Brookside Lane had been cleared, the body taken away, but the unease didn't leave me. Even in the bright fluorescent lights of the precinct, I could feel the lingering pulse of the storm, the whisper threading faintly at the edges of my thoughts. That's when the reports started trickling in. Shadows in alleys, figures standing just out of reach, watching. People swore they saw someone there, tall, hunched, just barely visible at the corners of the dim streetlights. But when I arrived, always, there was nothing. Nothing except wet pavement, overflowing garbage cans, and the occasional flickering neon sign. I drove to the first location, a narrow alley between the dry cleaners and the corner store, slick with rainwater still dripping from fire escapes. The witnesses have been specific. A man, one woman said, just standing there, staring. But when I pulled up, stepped out, flashlight in hand, there was no one, no footprints, no disturbance in the puddles, just darkness, stretching into the back of the buildings. I tried to tell myself it was a prank, or nerves after the storm, or maybe my own exhaustion. But then I saw the shadow. It was subtle, a dark figure at the far end of the alley, near the dumpsters. I froze, hand tightening on the flashlight. My gut clenched. I called out, "Hey, you there?" The voice sounded louder than I intended, cracking in the damp air. The shadow didn't move, didn't respond, but somehow it seemed aware of me, like it was watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. I took a cautious step forward, and then, just as I blinked, it was gone. Gone. No trace. No footprints. No movement in the water. No sound. The only thing that remained was the air, thick and heavy, pressing down like wet cloth. I backed out slowly, scanning the alley, heart hammering. "You're imagining things," I muttered to myself, though the words fell hollow. I knew I wasn't imagining it. The next reports came faster, a string of alleys along side streets, each description the same, a figure always standing at the edges, just out of reach, watching, always disappearing, before anyone could get close. I started keeping track, notebook in hand, writing down locations, times, witness statements. But the more I noticed a pattern. The alleys all form a kind of network, threads running through the older parts of the city, areas with narrow streets and fire escapes, corners where light barely reached, and each one seemed connected, as if the figure could move from shadow to shadow instantly, appearing wherever it wanted without leaving any mark. The third alley was narrow, framed by brick walls slick with rain, and I swear I could hear faint footsteps before I even turned the corner. Not my own, not any patrol car or passerby. Something else. A shuffle, deliberate but soft, echoing oddly against the walls. I swung the flashlight, heart racing. The alley was empty, and then it appeared, just at the edge of the light. A figure, hunched, motionless. I froze. The rain ran down my coat and dripped from my hair, but I couldn't move. I wanted to approach, to confront it, to prove I wasn't imagining things. But my body wouldn't obey. My instinct screamed to turn and run, but my mind couldn't tear itself away. I took one step forward, and the figure was gone. No sound, no movement, just the alley, silent except for the distant hum of the city and the rain dripping from the fire escapes. I leaned against the wall, flashlight shaking in my hand, trying to collect myself, but the memory of the figure's presence lingered, pressing against my chest. I could feel it in the air, even when I couldn't see it. Watching, waiting. By the fourth alley, I realized it wasn't just about fear or exhaustion. This figure, it was intelligent. It knew I was coming, knew when to appear, when to vanish, and it wasn't bound by physical rules. No footprints, no marks in the mud, no signs of entry or exit, just presence, pure, impossible presence. A witness, a shopkeeper, told me she saw it standing in the alley outside her store, for almost 10 minutes. She swore it was watching her, following her with its eyes. I drove there, boots splashing in puddles, flashlight cutting through darkness. The alley was empty. No figure. Nothing. I scanned every shadow, every corner, every garbage can. My reflection glimmered in the puddles, distorted, flickering with the dim light, and I could almost swear I saw the figure behind me, though I knew it wasn't possible. I spun around. Nothing. Just the alley. Just me. I tried calling it in, back to dispatch, but the radio crackled and died. Static hissed in my ears. I reached for my phone. Dead. Nothing. The storm had passed, yet everything felt cut off, isolated, alone. And that's when I noticed movement in the puddles. Not ripples from my boots, not falling raindrops, but subtle, deliberate distortions in the water, like someone standing just beyond the edge of the light, waiting, reflected in distorted shapes. My stomach churned. I had to look away. I had to, but something inside me, a part of my brain I couldn't silence, urged me to see it. I did. The puddle reflected the alley behind me. Brick slick, street slick, and in the water I saw the figure, standing perfectly still, watching, its head tilted, not quite human, not quite anything I could identify. Its eyes, though I'm not sure it had eyes, glimmered faintly, and then it moved, not toward me, not away, just adjusted slightly, as if aware I was staring. I staggered back, heart hammering. Every instinct screamed to run, but my feet refused. My flashlight flickered in my hand, and when it came back on, the alley was empty again. The puddle reflected only me, shivering, drenched, alone. I swallowed hard, forcing my mind to reason. Exhaustion, shadow, reflection in water, stress. But even as I tried to rationalize, a cold certainty pressed against me. This thing was real, not human, not entirely corporeal, but aware, intelligent, watching. I left the alley and returned to the car, drenched and shaking. I locked the doors, sliding the seatbelt across my chest, trying to calm my racing heart. Every streetlight on the drive back seemed too bright, too harsh, casting long, unnatural shadows. I kept glancing at each alley, each doorway. The figure was nowhere, but I knew. I could feel it. Watching, always watching. Back at the precinct, I wrote my notes, detailing the locations, witness statements, and my own observations. Every entry made my hand shake. I avoided looking out the window too long, afraid I would see the figure standing silently in the shadows, waiting for me to step outside. Sleep was impossible that night, even in my small, dim apartment. The shadows seemed to shift unnaturally at the corners of my vision. Every creak in the building, every whisper wind outside made me flinch, and every puddle I passed on the street reflected more than my own image, if only for a moment, distorted, watching, waiting. I began to notice patterns. The alleys weren't random. They formed a path through the city, a hidden network, and the figure moved along them effortlessly, wherever someone saw it. It was always just there and gone when approached. Impossible, and yet tangible. A predator not of flesh, but of perception. I didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. The memory of those shadowed alleys, of the watching figure, pressed into my mind, replaying in endless loops. I kept imagining its head tilting, its form subtly shifting, eyes, or whatever it had, glimmering in puddles, in reflections, in every dark corner. I realized something terrifying. The city was full of these alleys, these shadowed corridors, and this thing could be anywhere, anytime, and no one could trace it. No footprints, no mark, just a presence. Silent, patient, waiting. When I finally closed my eyes, I could still see it, standing in the alley, just beyond reach, watching, and I knew, deep down, that it would not stop. The fog had settled over the city like a thick blanket, turning streetlights into hazy orbs, muffling the usual hum of traffic, and leaving the world muted and strange. By the time I arrived at the old interrogation room, the mist was crawling along the sidewalks, creeping between the brick buildings like a living thing. My boots made soft slaps on the wet pavement, but I barely noticed. I was focused on what awaited inside. Inside the precinct, the fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sickly glare across the dull gray walls. The suspect sat across from me at the metal table, hands cuffed loosely in front of him. He was young, wiry, with eyes that darted around the room as if expecting something to peer out of the walls at any moment. His jacket was damp, a smell of wet concrete clinging to him, and his voice carried a strange cadence, almost musical, almost off. I cleared my throat and leaned forward. We know you were near Brookside Lane the night of the incident. Tell me what you saw. He tilted his head, studying me carefully. Then he smiled, just slightly, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I don't see what you see. Not yet, but soon. His words were slow, deliberate, almost teasing. I frowned. Slow down. Not yet? What do you mean? He shrugged lightly, and his eyes gleamed with something I couldn't place. You're chasing shadows, detective. Shadows that run faster than you, deeper than you, and they move the pieces before you even know they're on the board. My pulse quickened. Something about his tone was unnerving. It wasn't just arrogance. It was certainty, as if he knew things he shouldn't. I leaned back in my chair, trying to mask the unease creeping up my spine. Pieces? What are you talking about? The suspect chuckled softly, a dry, brittle sound. You think you're controlling it. You think you're observing. But the street, the alleys, the fog, they have their own memory, their own mind, and they speak if you know how to listen. I frowned. The fog outside was thickening, swirling at the windows like smoke, and I could feel it pressing against the glass, muting the distant hum of the city. Listen, I don't know what games you're playing, but I need answers. Where were you that night? His hands twitched on the table. I was everywhere, and nowhere. Some things happen before they happen, and some things never happen at all. I blinked. My mind struggled to parse the meaning, but a knot of dread coiled in my stomach. He wasn't confused, not drunk, not high. He was describing reality as if he had knowledge beyond it, knowledge no one could have. What things? I asked cautiously. Give me a straight answer. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice so that only I could hear. The body, the alley, the shadow. You think you saw it first, but you didn't. It was always there, waiting, and not for you, for everyone. Or maybe for no one. It's patient and it's hungry, and it plays with time like water in a stream. My stomach dropped. The words echoed in my mind, mingling with memories of the alleys, the shadow, the impossible body in the storm. I swallowed hard. You expect me to believe. What? That there's a force controlling everything. He laughed again, soft, musical, unnerving. Believe what you will. I am only the messenger. The whispers, the shadows, they speak, detective. And you listen whether you want to or not. I rubbed my temples, trying to push back the creeping unease. Every instinct in me screamed that he was lying, yet every rational thought faltered. There was something about his eyes, something impossible, that made me doubt my own senses. He wasn't lying. He was part of it, or part of what he was describing. Why me? I asked, voice low. Why am I here listening to this? He tilted his head. Because you see the edges. You notice the empty footprints, the watching shadows, the bodies that appear where no one has been. You are awake. Most are asleep. But even awake, most cannot hear the whispers. Most cannot see the patterns. You can. You notice. And that makes you necessary. I leaned back, chest tightening. Necessary for what? The room seemed to tilt slightly, though I knew it hadn't. The fog outside was thickening, rolling along the glass, spilling under the doorframe, carrying a damp chill into the room. His eyes gleamed in the fluorescent light. To witness, to recognize, to understand, and maybe to fail. Everything that is to come, detective, is already happening. You are just catching glimpses, fragments, hints, and the more you look, the more it knows you are looking, the more it responds, the more personal it becomes. I swallowed hard, a cold sweat running down my spine. Every instinct told me to stand, to leave, to escape the room and the oppressive fog pressing against the walls. But I couldn't. His words had a weight, a gravity that pinned me in place. "You speak in riddles," I said, trying to regain control, trying to make him concrete, human. "Either you know something or you don't. I need facts." He smiled faintly, almost fondly. "Facts are slippery, detective. Facts are easily shaped. The storm gave you a body. The alleys gave you shadows. And I gave you warnings. All things already set in motion before you even knew to look. You chase, but you are never first. You follow, but you are never the leader. That is the way of it." I closed my eyes briefly, trying to block out the fog outside, the pressure in the room, the impossible certainty in his voice. When I opened them again, I noticed the small things, the faint outline of a figure behind the observation window, just outside, watching us. Not moving, not blinking, just present. I jerked my head, but when I looked again, there was nothing. I leaned forward, voice shaking. "What's going to happen next?" His grin widened, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Already happened, detective, already happening. You just don't know it yet. And when you do, it will feel inevitable, inescapable. And you will know, finally, that the streets, the alleys, the fog, they are not your city. They are theirs. They are aware. They remember. They play. And you are merely a spectator, trying to understand a play whose script was written long before the curtain rose." I felt my stomach twist, the walls closing in, the fog pressing to the cracks under the door. My mind recoiled, struggling to hold on to rationality. And yet, even as I fought, I could feel the truth in his words, undeniable, horrifying. I shook my head, trying to force clarity. "You're insane. This is nonsense. A story. Something you're saying to confuse me." He leaned back, expression calm, almost tender. "Perhaps. Or perhaps you are too focused on being right to notice what is real. You will see soon enough, detective. And when you do not be surprised. Do not resist. Just observe. And understand that the city is watching you back. That the fog, the shadows, the whispers, they know you are listening now." I swallowed hard, shivering despite the heat of the fluorescent lights. Every instinct screamed danger, screamed to leave, and yet I couldn't move. His words, the way he said them, the fog pressing through the city streets outside, all felt like a warning, a prelude, something unstoppable, inevitable, and deeply personal. The suspect's eyes seemed to glimmer with something beyond human comprehension, and I felt it, not just in my mind, but in my chest, crawling to my veins like cold water. The fog outside pressed harder against the window, shadows flickering where there should have been nothing. And in that instant, I knew the truth. This was bigger than any case, bigger than any criminal. The body, the alleys, the shadows, they were pieces of force I didn't yet understand, and he somehow had been chosen to speak the riddles, to reveal the pattern, to warn me, or perhaps to manipulate me. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. "You better hope I never see what you're talking about," I said softly, voice cracking slightly. He tilted his head, eyes glimmering. "You will. We all do. And when you do, you will understand that the city is alive. And it doesn't need us. It only needs witnesses." I left the interrogation room with a sense of suffocating dread. The fog outside pressing against me through glass, swirling around the streetlights in ghostly ribbons. Every reflection, every shadow, every murmur in the distance made me flinch. And through it all, I could still hear the whisper of his words threading through my mind. "Already happened. Already happening. You are watching, but you are never first." I drove through the fog, headlights barely cutting through the dense gray. Every alley I passed seemed longer than it should, darker, more ominous. And though I couldn't see it, I knew the figure, the one from the alleys, was out there, watching, patient, waiting, playing. The city had shifted. The fog had settled, thick and alive. And I, Detective Marlowe, was only beginning to. The rain had been falling for hours by the time I got in my car. Thick sheets of gray-white mist swallowing the streetlights, turning the city into a blurred painting of shadows and reflections. The wipers beat a steady rhythm across the windshield, but it felt useless. Every movement of water only made the world beyond glass more indistinct, more unreal. I gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary, my knuckles turning white, and for a long moment I just stared at the wet asphalt, listening to the steady hiss of tires against rain. The body, the alleys, the suspect's riddles. They all pressed against my thoughts like a weight I couldn't lift. I tried to reason, tried to tell myself that the shadows, the whispering fog, the impossible footprints, it was all exhaustion, stress, a mind stretched too thin. But reason had been failing me steadily over the last 24 hours, and tonight, in the endless rain, I felt that failure creeping into the very air around me. The streets were empty, not a soul in sight, not a single moving car, not a passerby with an umbrella, just wet pavement stretching forward, reflecting the dim orange of the streetlights, flickering in the mist. It felt like I was driving through a dream or a nightmare. The city had changed, somehow grown unfamiliar while still remaining the same. I drove slowly, letting the tires hum across the puddles. And then I noticed it, the footprints, or rather, the absence of them. Everywhere I looked, there was water glistening on the asphalt, and in the reflections of the streetlights and the puddles by the sidewalks, there were no footprints. No tire marks leading to or away from anything. No footprints near the body. No prints near the alleys. Not a single mark where people had supposedly stood. And yet, I knew what had happened. I had seen the crime scene. I had seen the alleys. I had seen the shadow. And still, nothing left a trace. I shivered despite the warmth of the car. Something wasn't right. Something was being hidden, not just from me, but from the world itself. And I couldn't tell if it was deliberate or just natural, like the city itself had decided to erase everything, leaving only the illusion of events. The rain fell harder, drumming against a roof, against the hood, a constant percussion that filled the silence. I could feel in my chest a tight, cold pressure that wouldn't ease. My headlights cut through the mist in narrow cones, revealing streets I thought I knew, but they twisted strangely. Buildings seemed slightly out of place. Fire escapes too close. Alleys bending where they shouldn't. Every turn felt wrong, though I knew the city. I had driven these streets thousands of times. And yet tonight, nothing was certain. I tried calling dispatch. Nothing. Radio crackled, then went silent. My phone had died hours ago, inexplicably, and even the dashboard electronics flickered as if tired or afraid. I pressed a horn, a short, sharp honk, but the sound seemed muted, distant, swallowed by the endless rain. I felt exposed, like the city itself was closing in, pressing against the car from all sides. A streetlight flickered ahead, momentarily illuminating a figure standing at the curb. I slammed on the brakes, heart hammering. The wipers swept frantically, trying to clear the water, and for a brief moment I could see the outline, tall, hunched, immobile. I swallowed hard, the shadow from the alleys. The same one, watching. I blinked. When my eyes opened, the street was empty. No figure, no footprints, nothing but rain and reflection. I leaned back, trying to calm my racing heart. I told myself I was seeing things. The suspect's riddles, the fog, the shadows, they were twisting my mind. But even as I tried to reason, a part of me knew it wasn't imagination. That presence, watching, patient, impossible, was real. The city stretched ahead like an endless maze. I knew the way home. I knew the turns, but the streets no longer followed the maps in my mind. Corners appeared where they hadn't been. Streets led me past buildings that didn't exist yesterday. And in every puddle, in every reflection of a streetlight on wet asphalt, I saw fragments of movement. Nothing clear, but a hint of presence. Something shifting just at the edge of perception. I stopped at an intersection, breathing hard, and glanced around. The fog pressed in from every corner, curling along the edges of the buildings. Streetlights flickered, and then I saw it again, just a shadow, fleeting, crouching near a doorway. My chest tightened, panic clawing at me. I wanted to drive forward to escape, but my feet felt rooted, my hands shaking on the wheel. I thought about the suspect, his riddles, his certainty. Already happening, you just don't know it yet. That phrase repeated in my mind like a chant. And I realized the city wasn't just empty. The city was aware, watching, responding. Every street, every alley, every puddle of rain reflected a reality that didn't belong entirely to me. And it was interacting with me, testing me, waiting for me to notice. I drove on, keeping my eyes on the slick pavement, trying to stay calm. But the reflections, they mocked me. Every puddle was a mirror, showing streets, shadows, impossible shapes moving in ways the city shouldn't allow. I could feel the chill creeping under the door seals of the car, wet fog pressing against my skin, a whispering touch that made my hair stand on end. At some point, I realized I didn't know how long I had been driving. The rain had no end. The streets had no markers. The city had no edges. I had left a familiar world behind. I didn't know if the body, the alleys, the shadow, they had happened in this reality, or in some other layer the city had created for me. The fog wasn't just wet air. It was a lens, a filter, something shaping the world around me. I passed a puddle that reflected the car behind me. For a moment, I thought I saw another vehicle, faint headlights, moving exactly as I did. But when I blinked, nothing was there. Just my own car, suspended in the endless rain. I felt exhaustion creeping in, but it wasn't just tiredness. It was fear made physical. My shoulders ached. My chest tightened. The steady hum of the wipers sounded almost like a heartbeat, echoing in the empty city. And I realized my own heart was thundering in sync with it. And then I noticed the footprints, or rather, the absence of them again. Every puddle reflected nothing. No marks of passage. No traces of tires. No evidence that anyone had ever walked these streets. I remember the alleys, the crime scene, the impossibility of the suspect's riddles. And now, seeing it reflected in every street I drove past, I understood that reality itself was fragile, shifting. The city was not fixed. It could be rewritten. And I was inside it, a solitary witness to its malleable truth. My headlights illuminated a figure ahead, half hidden by fog, tall, shadowed, observing. I stopped. My hand shook. I wanted to call out. I wanted to drive forward. I wanted to wake up from whatever dream this was. But the figure remained still. I blinked, and it was gone, just as before. No footprints, no sound, no trace. Only the rain, endless, relentless, mirroring the impossible paths, the unmarked streets, the city's own secret knowledge. I drove the rest of the way home in silence, barely noticing the turns, the streets, the alleys that no longer aligned with the map I had memorized. Every puddle reflected another impossible truth. Every shadow seemed alive, and through it all, I could feel the city watching me, responding to my awareness, reshaping itself just enough to remind me of my fragility. By the time I parked in front of my apartment, soaked and shivering, I knew one thing. Nothing was as it seemed. The rain would not end. The city would continue to twist and shift. Shadows moving just out of reach, reflections bending reality in ways I could barely comprehend. And I, Detective Marlowe, was trapped inside it, a witness to truths no one else could see, a participant in a world that had no rules I could trust. I sat in the car for a long while, breathing hard, listening to the rain, watching reflections shimmer across the asphalt. The city was alive. The shadows were patient, and the footprints, the evidence of anything real, were nowhere to be found. And in that moment, I understood that I was no longer chasing answers. I was chasing a reality that might not exist. The precinct had never felt this quiet. Usually, even at night, there was a low hum of activity. Phones ringing, the distant murmur of radios, the occasional shout from a tired officer. But tonight, there was nothing. The power had gone out an hour ago. They said some transformer blew, maybe a storm somewhere else. But that didn't explain the way the shadows moved across the walls, stretching and curling as if they had a life of their own. I flicked the flashlight on and off, trying to keep myself awake, to convince myself that this was all normal. My hands were tired, gripping the flashlight too tightly, knuckles pale in the faint beam. The smell of wet concrete and old coffee filled the air, clinging to the walls, mingling with something else I couldn't name, a faint metallic tang like iron or blood or rust. Being alone wasn't unusual. I was the night officer on duty tonight. That was the assignment. But alone with the lights out, the place felt wrong. Familiar corridors seemed longer than they should be. Doors I passed every day now felt like they were watching me, their edges dark, almost breathing. I tried to shake it off. It's a blackout, nothing more. I muttered to myself, voice sounding brittle in the thick, silent air. But even as I said it, I felt the pressure behind my eyes, the way the quiet pressed against my eardrums. It wasn't just silence. It was heavy, like water, like the world itself was holding its breath and watching me. The radios were dead, too. My only connection to the outside world was my flashlight, swinging in my hand as I walked the hallways, trying to reassure myself that everything was fine. And at first it was fine. Just darkness, just the hum of my own breath. But then I heard it, a soft tap, metal on concrete, faint, almost imperceptible. I froze, holding my breath, trying to locate the sound. The walls seemed to close in, shadows thickening in corners, pooling like liquid. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, closer this time, echoing from the storage room down the hall. I swallowed hard. Hello? My voice sounded small, weak, swallowed by the darkness. No answer, just a faint hum of my own nerves vibrating in my chest. I told myself it was a rat, maybe a loose pipe, anything rational. But my gut clenched. My feet moved slowly, cautiously, toward the sound. The flashlight beam cut across the room as I entered the storage area. Shelves loomed like silent sentinels, boxes stacked haphazardly. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, nothing that could have made that noise. And then I saw it, a mark on the floor. Not a footprint, exactly. More like a smear, pressed into concrete, faintly wet. I knelt closer. It glistened faintly in the flashlight beam, reddish-brown. My stomach turned. It wasn't blood, not exactly, but it had that same metallic edge. Something had been here. Something that shouldn't have been. I backed out of the room, telling myself to stop, to calm down. The precinct had seen weird things before. Broken windows, vandalism, even a prowler or two, but never like this. I had been here for months and had never felt watched. Never felt the walls lean in, the shadows stretch and twitch, the air thicken around me. I walked back down the hallway, trying to reassure myself. The tap, the smear, it was nothing. Just my imagination, running wild in the dark. I tried to focus on the routine. Check the holding cells, monitor the phones, make sure nothing got out of control. But every step felt heavy, deliberate, measured, as if the building itself was aware of me, watching, waiting. The holding cells were empty, quiet. I passed each one slowly, the flashlight beam bouncing off the bars, casting long, thin shadows that danced across the walls. I paused at the last cell. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone inside, just a shape, hunched in the corner, pressed against the bars. I blinked. Nothing. Only my own shadow stretching across the floor. I rubbed my eyes. Get a grip, I muttered, but the words felt hollow. Then the phones rang. Not the line at the front desk, not the radio, just the old landline in the corner. It was faint at first, almost swallowed by the dark, but clear enough to make my heart skip a beat. I froze, flashlight shaking in my hand, listening. One ring, two, and then silence. I walked over slowly, picked up the receiver. Hello? My own voice sounded strange in the silence, high and brittle. No answer, just a faint crackle, and then a whisper, not a word I recognized, just a hiss, like someone breathing softly into the line, the sound curling around my ear and slithering down my spine. I dropped the receiver. It hit the floor with a dull thud, but the whisper lingered in my mind. Cold, patient, intentional. My heart hammered, and I could feel sweat prickling my skin beneath the jacket. I needed to check the generator room. It was the last known place the backup lights might be activated. Maybe if I got the lights on, I could convince myself everything was fine, but the hallway leading to it seemed different. Longer, narrower. The shadows moved in ways they hadn't before, twisting around corners, crawling along the floor. I gripped the flashlight tighter and moved forward, each step echoing like a gunshot in the empty building. I reached the door to the generator room. The metal hand was cold under my hand, ice cold, almost biting, and for a moment I hesitated. Something told me not to open it. Something whispered that what waited inside wasn't mechanical, wasn't human. But I forced my hand down, twisted the handle, and pushed the door open. The room was dark, empty, just a faint hum of the main power lines, somewhere beyond the walls. I stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the shadows seemed to ripple in the corners. And then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing behind me in the hallway I had just come from. Heavy, but not mine. I spun around. Nothing. The hallway was empty, silent, except for the occasional drip of water somewhere far away. My chest tightened. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn on every light, scream until someone answered. But I couldn't move. I couldn't act. The footsteps came again, closer this time, and I realized they weren't walking on the floor. They weren't following the rules of the building. They were everywhere at once, reverberating off the walls, bouncing from ceiling to floor, surrounding me in a disorienting rhythm. I stumbled backward, flashlight swinging wildly, and the beam caught something in the corner of the room. A shadow, flickering, almost human but wrong. Too tall, too thin, moving in ways a body shouldn't move. And it paused just at the edge of the light, watching me, silent. I swallowed hard. Who's there? My voice cracked, weak and small. No answer. The shadow shifted, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. But the feeling stayed, a heavy, pressing awareness that I was being observed, studied, considered. I ran from the generator room, down the twisting hallways, the flashlight trembling in my grip. I didn't stop until I reached the main lobby, the front doors, the empty parking lot beyond. The rain had started again outside, cold and relentless, washing the world clean, or at least I wanted to believe it did. I leaned against the doors, chest heaving, trying to calm my racing heart. The precinct was silent again, empty, safe, but I knew it wasn't. Not really. Not ever. Something was there, lingering in the darkness, patient, waiting. And even with the lights back on, even with the storm raging outside, I knew I would never be alone again. The precinct had always felt like a building, walls and floors and ceilings. But tonight, in the blackout, I understood it was alive. It watched. It remembered. And I, Officer Callahan, was trapped inside it, alone under its gaze with no escape. The precinct had never felt this quiet. Usually, even at night, there was a low hum of activity. Phones ringing, the distant murmur of radios, the occasional shout from a tired officer. But tonight there was nothing. The power had gone out an hour ago, they said. Some transformer blew, maybe a storm somewhere else. But that didn't explain the way the shadows moved across the walls, stretching and curling as if they had a life of their own. I flicked the flashlight on and off, trying to keep myself awake, to convince myself that this was all normal. My hands were tired, gripping the flashlight too tightly, knuckles pale in the faint beam. The smell of wet concrete and old coffee filled the air, clinging to the walls, mingling with something else I couldn't name, a faint metallic tang like iron or blood or rust. Being alone wasn't unusual. I was the night officer on duty tonight. That was the assignment. But alone with the lights out, the place felt wrong. Familiar corridors seemed longer than they should be. Doors I passed every day now felt like they were watching me, their edges dark, almost breathing. I tried to shake it off. It's a blackout. Nothing more. I muttered to myself, voice sounding brittle in the thick, silent air. But even as I said it, I felt the pressure behind my eyes, the way the quiet pressed against my eardrums. It wasn't just silence. It was heavy, like water, like the world itself was holding its breath and watching me. The radios were dead, too. My only connection to the outside world was my flashlight, swinging in my hand as I walked the hallways, trying to reassure myself that everything was fine. And at first it was fine, just darkness, just the hum of my own breath. But then I heard it, a soft tap, metal on concrete, Faint, almost imperceptible. I froze, holding my breath, trying to locate the sound. The walls seemed to close in, shadows thickening in corners, pooling like liquid. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, closer this time, echoing from the storage room down the hall. I swallowed hard. Hello. My voice sounded small, weak, swallowed by the darkness. No answer, just a faint hum of my own nerves, vibrating in my chest. I told myself it was a rat, maybe a loose pipe, anything rational, but my gut clenched. My feet moved slowly, cautiously, toward the sound. The flashlight beam cut across the room as I entered the storage area. Shelves loomed like silent sentinels, boxes stacked haphazardly. Nothing moved, nothing breathed, nothing that could have made that noise. And then I saw it, a mark on the floor, not a footprint, exactly, more like a smear pressed into the concrete, faintly wet. I knelt closer. It glistened faintly in the flashlight beam, reddish-brown. My stomach turned. It wasn't blood, not exactly, but it had that same metallic edge. Something had been here. Something that shouldn't have been. I backed out of the room, telling myself to stop, to calm down. The precinct had seen weird things before. Broken windows, vandalism, even a prowler or two, but never like this. I had been here for months and had never felt watched, never felt the walls lean in, the shadows stretch and twitch, the air thicken around me. I walked back down the hallway, trying to reassure myself. The tap, the smear, it was nothing, just my imagination, running wild in the dark. I tried to focus on the routine, check the holding cells, monitor the phones, make sure nothing got out of control. But every step felt heavy, deliberate, measured, as if the building itself was aware of me, watching, waiting. The holding cells were empty, quiet. I passed each one slowly, the flashlight beam bouncing off the bars, casting long, thin shadows that danced across the walls. I paused at the last cell. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw someone inside, just a shape, hunched in the corner, pressed against the bars. I blinked. Nothing. Only my own shadow stretching across the floor. I rubbed my eyes. Get a grip. I muttered, but the words fell hollow. Then the phones rang. Not the line at the front desk, not the radio, just the old landline in the corner. It was faint at first, almost swallowed by the dark, but clear enough to make my heart skip a beat. I froze, flashlight shaking in my hand, listening. One ring, two, and then silence. I walked over slowly, picked up the receiver. Hello? My own voice sounded strange in the silence, high and brittle. No answer, just a faint crackle, and then a whisper, not a word I recognized, just a hiss, like someone breathing softly into the line. The sound curling around my ear and slithering down my spine. I dropped the receiver. It hit the floor with a dull thud, but the whisper lingered in my mind. Cold, patient, intentional. My heart hammered, and I could feel sweat prickling my skin beneath the jacket. I needed to check the generator room. It was the last known place the backup lights might be activated. Maybe if I got the lights on, I could convince myself everything was fine. But the hallway leading to it seemed different. Longer, narrower. The shadows moved in ways they hadn't before, twisting around corners, crawling along the floor. I gripped the flashlight tighter and moved forward, each step echoing like a gunshot in the empty building. I reached the door to the generator room. The metal handle was cold under my hand, ice cold, almost biting, and for a moment I hesitated. Something told me not to open it. Something whispered that what waited inside wasn't mechanical, wasn't human. But I forced my hand down, twisted the handle, and pushed the door open. The room was dark, empty, just a faint hum of the main power lines somewhere beyond the walls. I stepped inside. The floorboards creaked under my weight, and the shadows seemed to ripple in the corners. And then I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, echoing behind me in the hallway I had just come from. Heavy but not mine. I spun around. Nothing. The hallway was empty, silent, except for the occasional drip of water somewhere far away. My chest tightened. I wanted to run. I wanted to turn on every light, scream until someone answered, but I couldn't move. I couldn't act. The footsteps came again, closer this time, and I realized they weren't walking on the floor. They weren't following the rules of the building. They were everywhere at once, reverberating off the walls, bouncing from ceiling to floor, surrounding me in a disorienting rhythm. I stumbled backward, flashlight swinging wildly, and the beam caught something in the corner of the room. A shadow, flickering, almost human, but wrong. Too tall, too thin, moving in ways a body shouldn't move. And it paused just at the edge of the light, watching me, silent. I swallowed hard. Who's there? My voice cracked, weak and small. No answer. The shadow shifted, vanishing as quickly as it appeared. But the feeling stayed, a heavy, pressing awareness that I was being observed, studied, considered. I ran from the generator room, down the twisting hallways, the flashlight trembling in my grip. I didn't stop until I reached the main lobby, the front doors, the empty parking lot beyond. The rain had started again outside, cold and relentless, washing the world clean, or at least I wanted to believe it did. I leaned against the doors, chest heaving, trying to calm my racing heart. The precinct was silent again, empty, safe, but I knew it wasn't. Not really, not ever. Something was there, lingering in the darkness, patient, waiting. And even with the lights back on, even with the storm raging outside, I knew I would never be alone again. The precinct had always felt like a building, walls and floors and ceilings. But tonight in the blackout, I understood it was alive. It watched. It remembered. And I, Officer Callahan, was trapped inside it, alone, under its gaze, with no escape. The blackout hadn't ended. The fluorescent hum of the precinct was gone, replaced by darkness, so thick it felt like it pressed against my skin. I'd moved through the hallways once, twice, checking doors, checking offices, checking holding cells, but the feeling of being watched hadn't lifted. If anything, it had grown heavier, more insistent, as though the building had shifted overnight, and now its walls were closer, leaning in to listen. I made my way to the communications room. The radios were all dead in the blackout. I had hoped that somewhere, at least one device might work on battery backup. But they were silent, lifeless. And then as I fiddled with the knobs, trying to get some signal, I heard it, a voice faint, garbled, impossibly distant and close all at once. Static at first, a faint hiss, then words. Not words I recognized at first. A jumble, like someone had tried to speak English but couldn't quite manage it. And then my own voice. I froze, hand hovering over the knob. The words were my own thoughts, phrases I had muttered earlier without realizing it. It's just a blackout. I'm fine. The radio repeated it, slower, distorted, almost mocking. I swallowed hard, pressing my ear closer. Hello? My voice sounded tiny in the empty room. No answer. The radio crackled again. Just fine, it whispered, drawn out, sibilant. My own words returned to me like echoes from a place I couldn't see. The thought of being alone, of being watched, came back with full force. I could feel my heart hammering. Sweat pricked my hairline, cold despite the heavy jacket I wore. The sound on the radio wasn't random. It was directed at me. Someone or something was listening. Or perhaps it was inside me, inside the building itself. Echoing my own thoughts back to me in a form I could hear, I backed up a step, knocking the chair over behind me. The sound seemed amplified in the darkness, loud, too loud, bouncing off the walls. I cursed under my breath, shaking my head. This was impossible. Radios didn't do this. None of it made sense. Yet, here it was. And then came more voices. Not just mine this time. Others, too, fractured, incomprehensible. Snippets of speech I couldn't place. Phrases I couldn't parse. They came from everywhere, left, right, even above me in the ceiling tiles. Words overlapped, merging into a low, buzzing hum that made my teeth ache. The room wasn't big, and yet I could feel the sound surrounding me, pressing in on all sides. Officer alone cannot leave. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a wire. The voice wasn't loud, but it had weight, weight that pressed against my chest. It mimicked my breathing, my slight tremors. Every thought I had, every doubt, it repeated, whispering it back like a cruel reflection. I tried to reason. It's a radio glitch. Interference. Someone pranking the night shift. But even as I said it, the rational thought fell apart. The voices didn't repeat random things. They repeated me. Everything I feared. Everything I hadn't even spoken aloud. I pressed the volume down, hoping to drown it out. But the whispering didn't fade. It grew quieter, yes, but became intimate, close, curling around the edges of my ears like smoke. Words I hadn't thought, yet seemed to form. And the radio repeated them before I even knew I was thinking them. Panic clawed at me. I wanted to leave, to run out of the room, to escape the building entirely. But the blackout had swallowed the entire precinct. Hallways twisted in ways I didn't remember. Doors led to places that shouldn't exist. And somewhere in the shadows, I could feel it, presence, watching, patient, knowing every step I would take before I took it. I grabbed the radio again, holding it tightly. Who's there? My voice cracked. Static hissed, and then a soft sigh. The radio whispered, I'm here. Not a voice, not human. Something else. Something older, patient, aware. The words didn't come through in language I understood, but I knew what they meant. I was not alone. I had never been alone. The building had never been empty. The thought that maybe, just maybe, I had always been part of this echo, this reflection, made my stomach turn. I realized I couldn't distinguish between the voices in my head and the ones in the radio. The lines blurred. My own thoughts weren't my own anymore. And with that realization came another, heavier one. The building wasn't just observing me. It was feeding off me, learning from me, shaping reality around my perception. I turned the radio's dial slowly, searching for silence. But silence didn't exist. Every channel, every frequency, repeated something familiar, something deeply personal. My own doubts, my own fears, even memories I hadn't thought of in years. The voices threaded together, forming a tapestry of me, of my mind, laid bare for something I couldn't see. And then one clear phrase cut through the static, sharper than the rest. You won't leave tonight. I froze. The words weren't mine. I hadn't thought them. But they weren't spoken by any human voice I had ever heard either. It was a building, the air itself, the night pressing through wires and circuits and shadows, speaking directly to me. I backed into the wall, my flashlight trembling in my hand. My own reflection in the darkened glass of the radio console stared back at me, eyes wide, pale in the faint glow. I felt my chest tighten. The radio hissed, and suddenly the whispers became a chorus, layering over one another. They didn't come from the speakers anymore. They came from inside my head, filling my skull with impossible words, repeating my heartbeat, my shallow breaths, my dread. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But the precinct had become a labyrinth, the blackout a cage. Every hallway I had walked before now twisted unnaturally, stretching, bending, turning me in circles. The voices followed me, tracing my steps, trailing me like shadows, yet coming from all directions. I leaned against the wall, shaking, trying to calm my mind. The words slowed, the whispers softened, but they never stopped. They didn't need to. I had understood now. The radio wasn't broken. The building wasn't just dark. They were alive, or something inside it was, and it had learned me. It had mapped my mind, my fears, my patterns. Every movement I made, every thought I had, it knew. I sank to the floor, flashlight drooping in my hand. The hum of the building was low now, almost contemplative, as if it were considering me, weighing my mind against its own patient, vast awareness. The static whispered softer now. Fragments of my thoughts, of my doubts, of the tiny fears I had hidden even from myself. They repeated them like a mantra, until I could no longer tell if they were mine or theirs. And through it all, one thing remained clear. I was alone, yes, but not alone. Alone in body, but surrounded by awareness, by something older, patient, unseen, alive in the wires, in the walls, in the shadows. The radios were just its voice. My own mind, my own memories were just its tools. I realized I wasn't going home tonight. I wasn't leaving. Not really. Not until I learned its rules, its patterns, its patience. And even then, maybe there would be no leaving. Maybe the whispers would follow me forever, echoing my own thoughts back to me, reminding me that I had never been free. I stayed on the floor for hours, flashlight dimmed, listening to the radio on, letting the whispers thread through my thoughts, trying to keep my sanity together. Every time I thought I understood, every time I thought I had a rational explanation, the voices returned, the whispers shifted, repeating things I hadn't even thought yet. And I knew then, fully, that nothing would ever be the same again. The precinct was alive. The radios were alive. And I, Officer Callahan, was part of its awareness now, stitched into the dark, surrounded by whispers, trapped by a building that remembered me better than I remember myself. I had avoided the elevator for weeks. Not because it was broken, it wasn't, but because the building had started behaving strangely, and the elevator felt like the epicenter of that strangeness. Shadows lingered longer inside than they should. The doors reflected more than just my own tired face. Sometimes I swear I saw myself moving differently than I had, making expressions I didn't remember. But tonight, with the blackout lingering and the night shift dwindling to nothing, I had no choice. I pressed a button, and the door slid open with a hesitant sigh, as if reluctant to welcome me in. I stepped inside, the fluorescent strip above flickering weakly, casting a jaundiced light over the metal walls. The elevator smelled of wet concrete and old machinery, the kind of smell that sticks in your nose and never leaves. I pressed the button for the 5th floor. That was where the main archives were, where old case files were stored. Maybe if I could get my hands on them, I could make sense of what had been happening. The blackout, the whispers on the radio, the feeling that the building was alive. Maybe the doors closed slowly. I leaned against the wall, flashlight tucked under my arm, and tried to calm the racing of my heart. But before the elevator even began to move, the display panel flickered. The floor numbers jumped in a way that didn't make sense. 1, 3, 7, 5, 13. None of these were correct. The car jolted slightly, a mechanical shudder, and then I realized we were moving, but not in a normal pattern. The hum of the motor was deeper than usual, resonating like a heartbeat. My stomach churned as I looked at the mirror doors in front of me. That reflection, it wasn't right. I froze. The reflection of myself standing there didn't match my posture. I was leaning back slightly, flashlight clutched at my side, but the reflection was hunched forward, hands resting on knees, head cocked as though listening. Its eyes were wide, pupils black in the weak light, and it smiled, but a smile I had never made. I blinked. It was gone. My own face stared back, pale, sweaty, tired. I told myself it was just fatigue, the stress of the blackout, and the empty precinct playing tricks on my mind. I shook my head, tried to breathe normally, pressed the button for the 5th floor again. Nothing happened. The elevator had stopped, and then the chime rang. Not a normal floor chime. This was slower, hollow metallic. The doors slid open. I expected a familiar hallway, maybe a shadowed corridor leading to the archives, but instead, there was a floor I didn't recognize. The walls were dark with paneling, the ceiling lower than usual, and a thick mist lingered along the floor, curling around my boots. I could barely see beyond a few feet. I stepped out cautiously. The air was colder here, heavy, wet, and pressing. My flashlight cut through the fog, illuminating nothing familiar. No doors, no signs, just space. And then I noticed the floor tiles, irregular, shifting slightly beneath my feet, like the pattern had no fixed logic. I heard a sound behind me, a click, a scrape. I whipped around. The elevator doors were gone. Where they should have been, there was only the mist curling and twisting, as if it had swallowed them. I was trapped on a floor that didn't exist. I tried to run back the way I came, but the mist thickened, tugging at me, obscuring everything. I turned, desperately looking for the elevator, the handrails, anything, and then I saw in the reflection on a polished column. My reflection, only this one was different. My eyes were empty, hollow, and my mouth moved as if whispering words I didn't know. I couldn't hear them, but I felt them crawling along my skin, scratching at my brain. I stumbled backward, and the mist shifted. Shapes began to appear, shadowy figures that blurred with the fog. Some looked like me, others like distorted versions, twisted, hunched, limb-wrong, and each one mirrored my movements just a fraction of a second late. I realized then, these weren't shadows. They were possibilities, alternate versions, lives I could have led, selves I might have been, and now, somehow, they were aware of me, watching, waiting. I forced myself to turn, looking for a solid wall, a floor number, anything familiar. Nothing. The elevator doors remained absent, as if they had never existed. I could feel the floor shift beneath me, tilting slightly, disorienting me. My stomach lurched. I gripped the flashlight like a lifeline, trying to hold on to reality. But reality was slipping, melting into this fog-drenched corridor where my reflection could betray me, and the floor itself seemed alive. Then I heard a voice. It wasn't over the radio this time. It was inside the elevator, or maybe inside my head. A low, rasping whisper. "You always take the stairs." I froze. My mind reeled. The voice had known me. It had known my habits, my patterns. I had always avoided the elevator when I could, always chosen stairs. Yet here I was trapped in it, and now the building, or whatever this was, knew me intimately. Every choice, every fear, every hesitation. I tried to shout, to demand answers, but my voice sounded wrong, hollow in the fog. "Who's there?" My words were swallowed immediately by the mist, and then I felt it, a presence brushing against my shoulder, not touching, just there, cold, patient, expectant. It wasn't human, but it knew me. It had been watching, waiting for me to step inside. I turned slowly, flashlight cutting through the haze. Nothing, only my reflection again, standing behind me in the fog. Or maybe it wasn't behind me. Maybe it was me, and I was just now seeing myself truly. I could feel a pulse in the floor, like the building was breathing, like it was alive. Panic set in. I ran blindly, the flashlight beam bouncing off the fog. The reflections multiplied in mirrors and polished surfaces. Each one was slightly different. Some smiled, some whispered, some simply stared, waiting for me to notice the small differences, until I began to doubt myself entirely. Which was real? Which was me? Or was it me I thought I was just another reflection in this shifting, impossible building? I heard the elevators chime again. A floor number that shouldn't exist blinked on the panel. 22. The building was only 7 stories. I pressed the button repeatedly, trying to force it to move, but nothing happened. The reflection in the panel shimmered, and I thought I saw my own face, only older, worn, eyes empty of hope, mouth twisted into a grim smile that I hadn't made. And then, as if mocking me, the elevator doors appear again behind me, sliding open silently. But instead of the lobby or archives, it revealed another floor, another impossible floor, another reflection waiting in the doorway, and each one whispered my fears, my doubts, my regrets back to me. I collapsed against the wall, breathing hard, trying to make sense of it. There was no sense to be made. The elevator had become a conduit between me and all the selves I could have been, all the paths I hadn't taken, all the fears I hadn't acknowledged. The building had become a mirror of my soul, reflecting possibilities and nightmares alike. I knew then that leaving wouldn't be simple. Not through the elevator, not through the hallways, not through any door. The building didn't allow that. It never had. It was patient, eternal, and it would make me confront every shadow, every reflection, every twisted version of myself before it would let me go, or maybe it would never let me go at all. I pressed my hands against my face, breathing heavily. My reflection in the elevator door shimmered, distorted, and then smiled. Not me, something else. Something that had been waiting inside every shadow, inside every reflection, watching patiently. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. I could feel it thinking, aware of my every heartbeat. The elevator shuddered. The floor numbers jumped again. 7, 14, 3, the lights flickered weakly, and for a moment, I thought I saw movement behind the metal walls, long arms stretching out from the panels, reaching toward me. I stumbled back, the flashlight beam catching the polished door. My reflection winked. I jerked my head away, and the door shimmered again. I realized I would have to ride it. I had no choice. To stay was death. To run might be madness. The elevator was a trap, a test, a living puzzle. And I was inside it, alone, surrounded by reflections that knew me better than I knew myself. Riding endlessly through floors that didn't exist, between realities that weren't meant to intersect. And yet, I had to keep moving. For sanity, for life, for whatever fragment of reality I could cling to, one step, one floor, one reflection at a time. The elevator's chime rang again. I pressed a button, and the doors closed. The blackout had lasted for hours, maybe longer. Time had lost meaning, and the precinct seemed to breathe around me. Every corner was thicker with shadow, every hallway a corridor of suspicion. I moved carefully, my flashlight beam cutting a thin circle through the darkness. Each step echoed too loudly, reverberating off walls that felt closer, like the building itself was pressing in. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not faint, not imagined, clear, deliberate. They were running down the hallway, light but quick, shoes scuffing against the concrete floor. My stomach dropped. Someone, or something, was moving through the precinct. I gripped my flashlight tighter, muscles tensing. Hello? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the walls. No answer. Just the footsteps ahead of me, then vanishing, then closer, circling, as though daring me to follow. I took a step forward, and the sound changed direction. A sudden clatter echoed from a side hallway. My heart jumped. I called out again, louder this time, but the echo seemed wrong, stretched, lingering longer than it should. The footsteps ran again, faster, bouncing off walls, then stopping abruptly. Silence. I cursed under my breath. No one should be here. The night shift was gone. I was alone, and yet the sound was real, too real to dismiss. I moved cautiously, following the direction of the noise. The beam of my flashlight cut through the black, revealing doors that had been closed when I passed moments before. Now, some were ajar, moving slightly as if breathing. Shadows clung to the corners, twitching, shifting in ways my eyes could not fully comprehend. I reached the end of the hallway, and the footsteps stopped. The silence was absolute, heavy, almost oppressive. I raised my flashlight higher, trying to see into the corners, into the darkness. Nothing. Empty walls. Doors closed tight. My pulse thundered in my ears. Then a creak. One door at the far end of the hallway slowly swung open. Not with wind, not with gravity. It moved deliberately, almost invitingly. I swallowed, stepping closer. Every instinct screamed to run, to leave, but curiosity or madness compelled me forward. The flashlight beam fell on nothing inside the room. Empty, dark, except the shadow of the door moving in the faint light. I stepped inside, and the door slammed behind me, cutting off the hallway completely. I spun, hitting the door. Locked, but it hadn't been locked before. I tested it again. Locked. My hands shook. My mind raced. This wasn't normal. Nothing here had been normal for hours. Not since the blackout. Not since the whispers. Not since the reflections in the elevator. And then I heard it again. Footsteps. Running. Coming closer. Then farther away. Circling, moving, stopping, starting. The sound passed around the room, around the walls, reverberating as if it were inside me, echoing in my skull. I clutched my flashlight and turned in slow circles, trying to see. Nothing. Empty room. Cold, silent. My breathing was loud, ragged, filling the space. I remembered something. A hallway near the stairwell. Maybe I could reach it. I pressed my ear to the door. Silence. Then a whisper, soft, low, almost beneath hearing. Run. I didn't hesitate. I slammed my shoulder against the door. Nothing. It wouldn't budge. Panic clawed at me. My hands shook, the flashlight bobbing in the darkness. and then I noticed movement at the edge of the beam. A shadow flickering along the wall, just out of reach. It moved with intention, slinking, waiting, always keeping a step ahead. I shouted, hoping the sound would have meaning, hoping it would reach some part of the building that might answer me. Nothing. Only the echo of my own voice returned, stretched and distorted. Then the footsteps returned, faster, circling the room. I could hear the heel tapping, scuffing, pacing, stopping, then darting away, leaving only silence and my ragged breathing. I tried to reason. Maybe it was rats. Maybe it was pipes. Maybe my mind was playing tricks. But no, the footsteps were deliberate. They followed a pattern, mimicking life, mimicking intent. I could almost feel intelligence behind them, something moving with purpose, unseen around me, studying me. I ran to the door again, pounding, praying. The footsteps stopped, and then, directly behind me, I felt it. A presence. Close. Watching. Not human. Not visible. But aware. I spun. Flashlight swinging, heart hammering. Nothing. Empty. My own shadow stretched long and thin across the walls. My breath misted in the cold air. And then I heard it. Not a footstep, not a shuffle, but a voice. Low. Sibilant. Just at the edge of comprehension. You're following me. I froze. The voice knew me, knew what I had done, what I had thought, and the footsteps began again, moving away, drawing me forward, teasing, leading me into a hallway I had never seen before. Against all reason, I followed. I had to know, had to see what this place had become, what it had done to me. Each step echoed, my heartbeat syncing with the rhythm of the unseen ones. The hallway stretched impossibly long, longer than the building should have allowed. Doors lined the sides, opening and closing on their own, revealing empty rooms, dark rooms, sometimes glimpses of movement just out of reach. I reached a fork in the corridor. Footsteps sounded on both sides simultaneously. I hesitated, and then a door slammed behind me. I jumped, almost losing my balance. The sound of the footsteps changed. Faster now, more urgent, darting back and forth, circling me like predators playing with prey. I chose the left corridor. The footsteps followed, matching my pace perfectly. I tried to speed up, to throw off whatever it was, but the rhythm remained. It knew me too well. It anticipated every move. I realized then that this wasn't a normal pursuit. This wasn't something that could be outsmarted. The building itself was the predator. I reached the end of the hall. Another fork. Another choice. My mind spun. The footsteps didn't hesitate. They moved straight ahead, then disappeared. Silence. I crept forward. Empty. Doors closing behind me, one by one, with a finality that made my skin crawl. Each slam echoed, marking my passage, recording my presence. And then I heard it again, this time directly above me. A scuffing, a tapping, light but insistent. Someone, or something, was moving on the upper floor. Shadows passed under the stairwell. I stepped closer. No, nothing. Only the echo of my own steps, delayed, stretched, distorted. I tried to leave. The hallways twisted in ways that didn't make sense. Turns that should have led to stairwells led to blank walls. Doors led to more corridors. And always the footsteps. Ahead, behind, around me, inside my head, mimicking, waiting, mocking. I pressed my back against the wall, flashlight trembling in my hand. I could hear them now everywhere, above, below, beside me, inside me. And I realized something terrible. They weren't running from me. They weren't trying to attack. They were teaching me, showing me, drawing me deeper into the building's awareness. The building had learned me, studied me, mirrored me, and the footsteps were its voice. I tried to breathe, tried to think, tried to rationalize. But the whispers and footsteps and shadows were relentless. Every time I thought I understood, every time I thought I saw an exit, the hallway twisted, the doors slammed, and I was reminded I was not in control. Never had been. Hours, minutes, or seconds passed. I lost track of time. My legs ached. My mind frayed. And still the footsteps ran, leading, chasing, circling. The walls seemed to pulse with life, bending slightly, guiding me, shaping me, whispering to me through every scuff and tap. And then I realized fully that I had become part of the sound. My own heartbeat, my own footsteps, echoed in the corridors, merged the unseen, and I was no longer entirely separate. I was inside the building now, stitched into its rhythm, following its rules, chasing shadows that were me, that were not me. I didn't know if I would ever find the elevator again, or the stairs, or the exit. The building had claimed me, and the footsteps would never stop. They would guide me, shape me, remind me endlessly that I was alone and yet never alone. I sank to the floor, flashlight dim, listening. The footsteps slowed, circling me now in a careful, deliberate rhythm. The shadows lengthened, merged, stretched. I realized, with a weight that pressed against my chest, that this was only the beginning. The building was patient. I was trapped, and the footsteps, they would follow me, always in the dark. The precinct felt different now. I could sense it before I even noticed it consciously. The air was heavier, almost viscous, pressing down on my chest as if the building itself was leaning in. My flashlight trembled slightly in my hand, not from fatigue, though I was tired, but from a sense of anticipation. Something had changed while I had been following those endless footsteps. Something had claimed the night, claimed the building, and now, by extension, claimed me. I decided to find the exits. Any exit. I thought if I could leave, if I could just step outside into the cold night air, I could regain some sense of control. I headed toward the lobby first. The hallways stretched further than they should have, walls seeming to breathe, narrowing and expanding in ways that made my stomach twist. My boots echoed too loudly on the polished floor. Every sound was amplified, every shadow elongated. When I reached the main doors, I froze. They were shut, normal doors, heavy glass, and metal, but sealed tight, not locked in any conventional sense. No key, no bolt, no latch, but unyielding. I pressed my hands against them, leaned my weight forward, shoved with every ounce of strength. Nothing. The doors did not budge. I pounded on them, shouting for anyone at all, but the sound bounced back strangely, stretched and distorted. The echoes didn't follow the normal rules of physics. They seemed alive, aware, responding, laughing in a way. I backed away, suddenly aware of movement at the edge of my flashlight beam. Shadows curled around corners, darted across the walls. My pulse skyrocketed. I tried to rationalize. Maybe my mind was breaking down. Maybe exhaustion was playing tricks on me. But my rationality was slipping. The footsteps from before returned, faint at first, then closer, circling me in an invisible pattern. They weren't ordinary echoes anymore. They were deliberate, almost sentient. I decided to try another exit. The stairwell. I had avoided it at first. Too familiar, too predictable. But now predictability was a lifeline. I ran toward the stairs, hoping that each step upward might lead me to the outside world, to normalcy. But when I reached the stairwell door, I discovered it was gone. Just a blank wall where it should have been. I touched the surface with shaking hands. Cold, smooth, solid. And then I realized I was in a hallway I hadn't passed before. One that wasn't on the station's floor plan. Panic began to gnaw at the edges of my mind. I ran, following the corridors, seeking any familiar landmark, but every hallway led to another, twisting impossibly, as if the building was folding in on itself. Doors appeared and disappeared at the corners of my vision. Sometimes, when I thought I had reached a familiar room, the walls would shift, elongate, or tilt slightly, disorienting me, throwing me off balance. I stopped to catch my breath. My flashlight trembled. The footsteps returned, soft, deliberate, circling again. I spun, searching for their source. Nothing, only darkness. Corridors stretching into infinity, and the occasional glint of reflective metal that might have been a doorknob or might have been something else entirely. Then I heard a voice, low, almost a whisper, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. "You can't leave." I froze, my own voice caught in my throat. The words weren't on any radio, weren't shouted by any human. They came from inside the building or inside me. I wanted to run, but my legs felt heavier, sluggish, like I was wading through something unseen. I pressed forward anyway, driven by fear and the fragile hope that there was an exit somewhere. I tried every door I passed. Some wouldn't open. Others opened into the same hallway I had just left, or a hallway that looked eerily similar. I felt like I was moving in circles, though the building insisted it wasn't possible. Each turn, each door, seemed designed to frustrate me, to test me, to make me realize that I had no control here. And then I felt it, a presence, not visible, not tangible, but undeniably there. It was in the air itself, pressing against my skin, moving with me. I could sense its awareness, its patience. It didn't need to reveal itself fully. Just knowing it there was enough to make my pulse pound in my ears. I could feel its gaze, like icy fingers sliding along my spine, analyzing me, learning me. I tried to speak. Who's there? What do you want? My voice sounded weak, swallowed by the dark. There was no answer, only the footsteps. Faint at first, then closer, circling, echoing, always circling. I began to realize the truth. The presence didn't need to speak. The building itself was the voice, and I was trapped inside it. Hours, or maybe minutes, I could no longer tell, passed. My flashlight dimmed, flickered, but never died. My legs ached from constant movement. My head throbbed from tension. I tried to remember training, tried to stay calm, but calm was impossible here. The building refused it. Every hallway, every door, every reflection of myself in the polished surfaces reminded me that I was not in control. I came to a corridor lined with mirrors. My own reflection stared back at me. More than one, actually, multiple versions of myself, stretching infinitely into the distance, each subtlety wrong. Some smile when I didn't. Others blinked too slowly or too quickly. I saw myself hunched, exhausted, terrified, and yet moving forward, still following, still searching. And then I realized the reflections were alive in their own way. They weren't just copies. They were anticipations, shadows of who I could become if I stayed trapped, if I let the building claim me completely. And I felt my reflections shift independently, as though it were testing me, probing, waiting for a mistake. I forced myself away from the mirrors, trying to focus on movement, on action, on any tangible thing. But the footsteps returned closer, circling again. I began to notice them echoing my own pace. I stopped, so did they. I ran, so did they. I realized then that I was not alone. Not really. Not ever. And yet, whatever it was, it never fully revealed itself. It was a predator that didn't need to show its teeth. Desperation drove me to try something reckless. I began to slam doors behind me, one after another, hoping to barricade myself, to create a temporary refuge. Each slam echoed impossibly, lingering longer than it should, bouncing back in warped rhythm. Some doors swung back open before I could even turn, as if the building itself rejected my attempts. And always, the footsteps followed, perfectly timed, teasing, circling, reminding me I was trapped. I sank to the floor, breathing hard, flashlight dim in my shaking hands. My mind churned. Logic told me to stay calm, to think rationally. But rationality had no purchase here. The building had its own rules. It had its own awareness. And it was patient, infinite, immovable. I realized with cold certainty that there was no conventional escape, no exit, no outside, just the corridors, the doors, the mirrors, the whispers, the footsteps. Time became meaningless. Each corridor was indistinguishable from the last. My flashlight caught glimpses of the presence in shadows, just out of reach, observing, patient. I felt its attention like a weight, pressing down, shaping my thoughts, guiding my actions without speaking. I realized I had been drawn deeper into the building's mind, stitched into its rhythm, synchronized with its movements, ensnared in its awareness. And still I moved, couldn't stop, wouldn't stop. The building demanded motion. The presence demanded recognition. and I obeyed because stop would be surrender, and surrender was unthinkable. I thought about shouting, calling for help, trying to reach someone, anyone outside, but I knew, deep down, that even if someone heard me, they would see nothing. The doors would appear solid, the hallways familiar, the station ordinary. Only I would know the truth. Only I would know that I was trapped inside something alive, conscious, patient, and infinitely more aware than I could ever hope to be. I pressed forward, following the twisted logic of the corridors. Each turn, each door, each step bringing me deeper into the building's awareness. I could feel it now, fully, a presence that was part shadow, part architecture, part consciousness. And I knew with a bone-deep certainty that it had been waiting for me, not just for tonight, not just for the blackout, but for me. The hallway stretched into a black infinity. Footsteps echoed from everywhere and nowhere. I realized I could never leave. I could never outrun it. The building had claimed me. It had learned me. Every fear, every hesitation, every heartbeat had been recorded in its walls. And now, like a predator circling prey, it would not release me. I sank against the wall, exhausted, trembling, and listened. The footsteps slowed, circling me deliberately. Shadows shifted in impossible ways. The doors swung, some closing, some opening, all just out of reach. I was trapped, alone, and yet never alone. The building was patient, and so I learned must I be, because there was no escape.